University Subjects Lecture 4 of The Idea of a University by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 4, Elementary Studies, Part 3, Latin Writing. Mr. White, the tutor, is more and more pleased with young Mr. Black, and when the latter asks him for some hints for writing Latin, Mr. White takes him into his confidence and lends him a number of his own papers. Among others, he puts the following into Mr. Black's hands. Mr. White's view of Latin translation. There are 4 requisites of good composition: correctness of vocabulary or diction, syntax, idiom, and elegance. Of these, the 2 first need no explanation, and are likely to be displayed by every candidate. The last is desirable indeed, but not essential. The point which requires especial attention is idiomatic propriety. By idiom is meant that use of words which is peculiar to a particular language. 2 nations may have corresponding words for the same ideas, yet differ altogether in their mode of using those words. For instance, et means and, yet it does not always admit of being used in Latin, where and is used in English. Faire may be French for do, yet in a particular phrase, for how do you do, faire is not used, but se porte, viz. Comment vous portez-vous? An Englishman or a Frenchman would be almost unintelligible and altogether ridiculous to each other who used the French or English words with the idioms or peculiar uses of his own language. Hence the most complete and exact acquaintance with dictionary and grammar will utterly fail to teach a student to write or compose. Something more is wanted, viz. the knowledge of the use of words and constructions, or the knowledge of idiom. Take the following English of a modern writer. This is a serious consideration. Among men, as among wild beasts, the taste of blood creates the appetite for it, and the appetite for it is strengthened by indulgence. Translate it word for word literally into Latin thus. Haec est seria consideratio, inter homines, ut inter feras, gustus sanguinis creat eius appetitum, et eius appetitus indulgentia roboratur. Purer Latin, as far as diction is concerned, more correct as far as syntax, cannot be desired. Every word is classical, every construction grammatical. Yet Latinity it simply has none. From beginning to end, it follows the English mode of speaking, or English idiom, not the Latin. In proportion, then, as a candidate advances from this Anglicism into Latinity, so far does he write good Latin. We might make the following remarks upon the above literal version. 1. Consideratio is not a consideration. The Latins, having no article, are driven to expedients to supply its place, e.g. quidam is sometimes used for a. 2. Consideratio is not a consideration, i.e. a thing considered, or a subject, but the act of considering. 3. It must never be forgotten that such words as consideratio are generally metaphorical, and therefore cannot be used simply and without limitation or explanation, in the English sense, according to which the mental act is primarily conveyed by the word. Consideratio, it is true, can be used absolutely, with greater propriety than most words of the kind, but if we take a parallel case, for instance, agitatio, we could not use it at once in the mental sense for agitation, but we should oblige to say agitatio mentis, animi, etc., though even then it would not answer to agitation. 4. Inter homines gustus, etc. Here the English, as is not uncommon, throws 2 ideas together. It means first that something occurs among men and occurs among wild beasts, and that it is the same thing which occurs among both. And secondly, that this something is that the taste of blood has a certain particular effect. In other words, it means 1. This occurs among beasts and men, 2. Viz. That the taste of blood, etc. Therefore, inter homines, etc., gustas creat, etc., does not express the English meaning. It only translates its expression. 5. Inter homines is not the Latin phrase for among. Inter generally involves some sense of division, viz. Interruption, contrast, rivalry, etc. Thus with a singular noun, inter senem hoc accidit, i.e. this interrupted the supper. And so with two nouns, inter me et Brundusium Caesar est. And so with the plural noun, hoc inter homines ambigitor, i.e. man with man. Micat inter omnes Julium sidus, i.e. in the rivalry of star against star. Inter tot annos unus vir inventus est, i.e. though all those years, one by one, put in their claim, yet only one of them can produce a man, etc. Inter se diligunt, they love each other. On the contrary, the Latin word for among, simply understood, is in. 6. As a general rule, indicatives active, followed by accusatives, are foreign to the main structure of a Latin sentence. 7. Et. Here two clauses are connected, having different subjects or nominatives. In the former, appetitus is in the nominative, and in the latter in the accusative. It is usual in Latin to carry on the same subject in connected clauses. 8. Et here connects two distinct clauses. Autem is more common. These being some of the faults of the literal version, I transcribe the translations sent in to me by 6 of my pupils respectively, who, however deficient in elegance of composition, and though more or less deficient in hitting the Latin idiom, yet evidently know what idiom is. The first wrote, Videte ram graviorem, quod feris, id hominibus quoque accidit, sanguinis sitem semel gustantibus intus concipi, plene potentibus maturari. The second wrote, Res Syria adjutor, nam quod inferis illud in hominibus quoque cernitur, sanguinis appetitionem et suscitari lambendo et epulando inflammari. The third, Ecce res summa consideratione digna, et inferis et in hominibus sanguinis semel dilebati sitis est, saepius hausti libido. The fourth, Solicite animadvertendum est, cum inferis tum in hominibus fieri, ut gute pariant appetitum sanguinis, frequentiores potus in gluviem. And the fifth, Perpende sedulo, gustum sanguinis tam in hominibus quam inferis prime appetitionem suitandem cupidinem inferre. And the sixth, Hoc grave est, quod hominibus cum feris videmus commune, gustasse est appetere sanguinem, hausisse in delesiis habere. Mr. Black, Jr. studies this paper and considers that he has gained something from it. Accordingly, when he sees his father, he mentions to him Mr. White, his kindness, his papers, and especially the above, of which he's taken a copy. His father begs to see it, and being a bit of a critic, forthwith delivers his judgment on it, and condescends to praise it. But he says that it fails in this, viz. In overlooking the subject of structure. He maintains that the turning point of good or bad Latinity is not idiom, as Mr. White says, but structure. Then Mr. Black, the father, is led on to speak of himself and of his youthful studies, and he ends by giving Harry a history of his own search after the knack of writing Latin. I do not see quite how this is to the point of Mr. White's paper, which cannot be said to contradict Mr. Black's narrative, but for this very reason I may consistently quote it, for from a different point of view it may throw light on the subject treated in common by both these literary authorities. Old Mr. Black's confession of his search after a Latin style. The attempts and the failures and the successes of those who have gone before, my dear son, are the direction posts of those who come after, and, as I am only speaking to you, it strikes me that I may, without egotism or ostentation, suggest views or cautions which might indeed be useful to the university student generally, by relation of some of my own endeavours to improve my mind, and to increase my own knowledge in my early life. I am no great admirer of self-taught geniuses. To be self-taught is a misfortune, except in the case of those extraordinary minds to whom the title of genius justly belongs. For in most cases, to be self-taught is to be badly grounded, to be slovenly finished, and to be preposterously conceited. Nor again was that misfortune I speak of really mine, but I've been left at times just so much to myself as to make it possible for young students to gain hints from the history of my mind which will be useful to themselves. And now for my subject. At school I was reckoned a sharp boy. I ran through its classes rapidly, and by the time I was 15 my masters had nothing more to teach me. I did not know what to do with me. I might have gone to a public school, or to a private tutor for 3 or 4 years. But there were reasons against either plan, and at the unusual age I speak of, with some inexact acquaintance with Homer, Sophocles, Herodotus and Xenophon, Horace, Virgil and Cicero, I was matriculated at the university. I had from a child been very fond of composition, verse and prose, English and Latin, and took a special interest in the subject of style, and one of the wishes nearest to my heart was to write Latin well. I had some idea of the style of Addison, Hume and Johnson in English, but I had no idea what was meant by good Latin style. I had read Cicero without learning what it was. The books said, "This is neat Ciceronian language. This is pure and elegant Latinity," but they did not tell me why. Some persons told me to go by ear, to get Cicero by heart, and then I should know how to turn my thoughts and marshal my words, nay, more, where to put subjunctive moods and where to put indicative. In consequence, I had a vague, unsatisfied feeling on the subject, and kept grasping shadows, and had upon me something of the unpleasant sensation of a bad dream. When I was 16, I fell upon an article in the Quarterly, which reviewed a Latin history of, I think, the rebellion of 1715, perhaps by Dr. Whitaker. Years afterwards, I learned that the critique was the writing of a celebrated Oxford scholar, but at the time it was the subject itself, not the writer, that took hold of me. I read it carefully, and made extracts which I believe I have to this day. Had I known more of Latin writing, it would have been of real use to me, but as it was concerned of necessity in verbal criticisms, it did but lead me deeper into the mistake to which I had already been introduced, that Latinity consisted in using good phrases. Accordingly, I began noting down and using in my exercises idiomatic or peculiar expressions, such as oleum perdidi, haud scio and non, cogitanti mihi, verum enim vero, equidem, dixerim, and the like, and I made a great point of putting the verb at the end of the sentence. What took me in the same direction was Dumainil's Synonymes, a good book, but one which does not even profess to teach Latin writing. I was aiming to be an architect by learning to make bricks. Then I fell in with the Germania and Agricola of Tacitus, and was very much taken by his style. Its peculiarities were much easier to understand and to copy than Cicero's. Decipit exemplar vitiis imitabile, and thus, without ever advance whatever in understanding the genius of the language or the construction of a Latin sentence, I added to my fine words and cut and dried idioms phrases smacking of Tacitus. The dialogues of Erasmus which I studied carried me in the same direction, for dialogues, from the nature of the case, consist of words and clauses, and smart, pregnant, or colloquial expressions, rather than of sentences with an adequate structure. Mr. Black takes breath, and then continues. The labour, then, of years came to nothing, and when I was 20, I knew no more of Latin composition than I had known at 15. It was then that circumstances turned my attention to a volume of Latin lectures which had been published by the accomplished scholar of whose critique in the Quarterly Review I have already spoken. The lectures in question had been delivered terminally while he held the professorship of poetry, and were afterwards collected into a volume, and various circumstances combined to give them a peculiar character. Delivered one by one at intervals to a large, cultivated and critical audience, they both demanded and admitted of special elaboration of the style. as coming from a person of his high reputation for Latinity, they were displays of art, and, as addressed to persons who had to follow extempore the course of a discussion delivered in a foreign tongue, they needed a style as neat, pointed, lucid, and perspicuous as it was ornamental. Moreover, as expressing modern ideas in an ancient language, they involved a new development and application of its powers. The result of these united conditions was a style less simple, less natural and fresh than Cicero's, more studied, more ambitious, more sparkling, heaping together in a page the flowers which Cicero scatters over a treatise, but still on that account more fitted for the purpose of inflicting upon the inquiring student what Latinity was. Anyhow, such was its effect upon me. It was like the open sesame of the tale, and I quickly found that I had a new sense as regards composition, that I understood beyond mistake what a Latin sentence should be, and saw how an English sentence must be fused and remoulded in order to make it Latin. Henceforth Cicero, as an artist, had a meaning when I read him, which he never had had to me before. The bad dream of seeking and never finding was over, and whether I ever wrote Latin or not, at least I knew what good Latin was. I had now learned that good Latinity lies in structure, that every word of a sentence may be Latin, yet the whole sentence remain English, and that dictionaries do not teach composition. Exulting in my discovery, I next proceeded to analyze and to throw into the shape of science that idea of Latinity to which I had attained. Rules and remarks, such as are contained in works on composition, had not led me to master the idea, and now that I really had gained it, it led me to form from it rules and remarks for myself. I could now turn Cicero to account, and I proceeded to make his writings the materials of an induction, from which I drew out and threw into form what I have called a science of Latinity, with its principles and peculiarities, their connection and their consequences, or at least considerable specimens of such a science, the like of which I have not happened to see in print. Considering, however, how much has been done for scholarship since the time I speak of, and especially how many German books have been translated, I doubt not I should now find my own poor investigations and discoveries anticipated and superseded by works which are in the hands of every schoolboy. At the same time, I am quite sure that I gained a very great deal in the way of precision of thought, delicacy of judgment, and refinement of taste by the process of induction to which I am referring. I kept blank books in which every peculiarity in every sentence of Cicero was minutely noted down as I went on reading. The force of words, their combination into phrases, their collocation, the carrying on of one subject or nominative through a sentence, the breaking up of a sentence into clauses, the evasion of its categorical form, the resolution of abstract nouns into verbs and participles, what is possible in Latin composition and what is not, how to compensate for want of brevity by elegance, and to secure perspicuity by the use of figures. These and 100 similar points of art I illustrated with a diligence which even bordered on subtlety. Cicero became a mere magazine of instances, and the main use of the river was to feed the canal. I am unable to say whether these elaborate inductions would profit anyone else, but I have a vivid recollection of the great utility they were at that time to my own mind. The general subject of Latin composition, my dear son, has ever interested me much, and you see only one point in it has made me speak for a quarter of an hour. But now that I have had my say about it, what is its upshot? The great moral I would impress upon you is this, that in learning to write Latin, as in all learning, you must not trust to books, but only make use of them. Not hang like a dead weight upon your teacher, but catch some of his life. Handle what is given you not as a formula, but as a pattern to copy and as a capital to improve. Throw your heart and mind into what you are about, and thus unite the separate advantages of being tutored and of being self-taught. Self-taught, yet without oddities, and tutorized, yet without conventionalities. "Why, my dear father," says Mr. Black, "you speak like a book. You must let me ask you to write down for me what you have been giving out in conversation." I have had the advantage of the written copy. End of University Subjects Lecture 4. Recording by Andrew Nash. End of University Subjects Lecture 4, Part 3, Latin Writing. Recording by Andrew Nash, Abingdon, Oxfordshire, England. University Subjects Lecture 4 of The Idea of a University by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 4, Elementary Studies. Part 4, General Religious Knowledge. It has been the custom in English universities to introduce religious instruction into the School of Arts, and a very right custom it is, which every university may well imitate. I have certainly felt it ought to have a place in that school. Yet the subject is not without its difficulty, and I intend to say a few words upon it here. That place, if it has one, should of course be determined on some intelligible principle, which, while it justifies the introduction of religion into a secular faculty, will preserve it from becoming an intrusion by fixing the conditions under which it is to be admitted. There are many who would make over the subject of religion to the theologian exclusively. There are others who allow it almost unlimited extension in the province of letters. The latter of these two classes, if not large, at least is serious and earnest. It seems to consider that the classics should be superseded by the scriptures and the fathers, and that theology proper should be taught to the youthful aspirant for university honours. I am not here concerned with opinions of this character, which I respect but cannot follow. Nor am I concerned with that large class, on the other hand, who in their exclusion of religion from the lecture rooms of philosophy and letters, or arts as it used to be called, are actuated by scepticism or indifference. But there are other persons, much to be consulted, who arrive at the same practical conclusion as the sceptic and unbeliever from real reverence and pure zeal for the interests of theology, which they consider sure to suffer from the superficial treatment of lay professors, and the superficial reception of young minds, as soon as, and in whatever degree, it is associated with classical, philosophical, and historical studies. And as very many persons of great consideration seem to be of this opinion, I will set down the reasons why I follow the English tradition instead, and in what sense I follow it. I might appeal, I conceive, to authority in my favour, but I pass over it, because mere authority, however sufficient for my own guidance, is not sufficient for the definite direction of those who have to carry out the matter of it in practice. In the first place, then, it is congruous, certainly, that youths who are prepared in a Catholic university for the general duties of a secular life, or for the secular professions, should not leave it without some knowledge of their religion, and, on the other hand, it does, in matter of fact, act to the disadvantage of a Christian place of education in the world and in the judgment of men of the world, and is a reproach to its conductors, and even a scandal, if it sends out its pupils accomplished in all knowledge except Christian knowledge. And hence, even though it were impossible to rest the introduction of religious teaching into the secular lecture room upon any logical principle, the imperative necessity of its introduction would remain, and the only question would be what matter was to be introduced, and how much. And next, considering that, as the mind is enlarged and cultivated generally, it is capable, or rather is desirous and has need, of fuller religious information, it is difficult to maintain that knowledge of Christianity which is sufficient for entrance at the university is all that is incumbent on students who have been submitted to the academical course. So that we are unavoidably led on to the further question, viz., shall we sharpen and refine the youthful intellect, and then leave it to exercise its new powers upon the most sacred of subjects, as it will, and with the chance of its exercising them wrongly, or shall we proceed to feed it with divine truth as it gains an appetite for knowledge? Religious teaching, then, is urged upon us in the case of university students, first, by its evident propriety, secondly, by the force of public opinion, Thirdly, from the great inconveniences of neglecting it. And if the subject of religion is to have a real place in their course of study, it must enter into the examinations in which that course results, for nothing will be found to impress and occupy their minds but such matters as they have to present to their examiners. Such, then, are the considerations which actually oblige us to introduce the subject of religion into our secular schools, whether it be logical or not to do so. But next, I think we can do so without any sacrifice of principle or of consistency, and this, I trust, will appear if I proceed to explain the mode which I should propose to adopt for the purpose. I would treat the subject of religion in the school of philosophy and letters simply as a branch of knowledge. If the university student is bound to have a knowledge of history generally, he is bound to have inclusively a knowledge of sacred history as well as profane. If he ought to be well instructed in ancient literature, biblical literature comes under that general description as well as classical. If he knows the philosophy of men, he will not be extravagating from his general subject if he cultivate also that philosophy which is divine. And as a student is not necessarily superficial, though he has not studied all the classical poets or all Aristotle's philosophy, so he need not be dangerously superficial if he has but a parallel knowledge of religion. However, it may be said that the risk of theological error is so serious, and the effects of theological conceit are so mischievous, that it is better for a youth to know nothing of the sacred subject than to have a slender knowledge which he can use freely and recklessly for the very reason that it is slender. And here we have the maxim in corroboration, a little learning is a dangerous thing. This objection is of too anxious a character to be disregarded. I should answer it thus. In the first place, it is obvious to remark that one great portion of the knowledge here advocated is, as I have just said, historical knowledge, which has little or nothing to do with doctrine. If a Catholic youth mixes with educated Protestants of his own age, he will find them conversant with the outlines and the characteristics of sacred and ecclesiastical history as well as profane. It is desirable that he should be on a par with them and able to keep up a conversation with them. It is desirable, if he has left our university with honours or prizes, that he should know as well as they about the great primitive divisions of Christianity, its polity, its luminaries, its acts, and its fortunes, its great eras, and its course down to this day. He should have some idea of its propagation, and of the order in which the nations which have submitted to it entered its pale, and of the list of its fathers, and of its writers generally, and of the subjects of their works. He should know who St. Justin Martyr was, and when he lived, what language St. Ephraim wrote in, on what St. Chrysostom's literary fame is founded, who was Celsus, or Ammonius, or Porphyry, or Ulfilas, or Symmachus, or Theodoric, who were the Nestorians, what was the religion of the barbarian nations who took possession of the Roman Empire, who was Eutyches or Berengarius, who the Albigenses. He should know something about the Benedictines, Dominicans, or Franciscans, about the Crusades, and the chief movers in them. He should be able to say what the Holy See has done for learning and science, the place which these islands hold in the literary history of the Dark Age, what part the Church had, and how her highest interests fared in the revival of letters, who Bessarion was, or Ximenes, or William of Wykeham, or Cardinal Allen. I do not say that we can ensure all this knowledge in every accomplished student who goes from us, but at least we can admit such knowledge, we can encourage it in our lecture rooms and examination halls. And so in like manner as regards biblical knowledge. It is desirable that while our students are encouraged to pursue the history of classical literature, they should also be invited to acquaint themselves with some general facts about the canon of Holy Scripture, its history, the Jewish canon, St. Jerome, the Protestant Bible. Again, about the languages of Scripture, the contents of its separate books, their authors and their versions. In all such knowledge, I conceive no great harm can lie in being superficial. But now as to theology itself. To meet the apprehended danger, I would exclude the teaching in extense of pure dogma from the secular schools, and content myself with enforcing such a broad knowledge of doctrinal subjects as is contained in the catechisms of the Church, or the actual writings of her laity. I would have students apply their minds to such religious topics as laymen actually do treat, and are thought praiseworthy in treating. Certainly I admit that, when a lawyer or physician or statesman or merchant or soldier sets about discussing theological points, he is likely to succeed as ill as an ecclesiastic who meddles with law or medicine or the exchange. But I am professing to contemplate Christian knowledge in what may be called its secular aspect, as it is practically useful in the intercourse of life and in general conversation. And I would encourage it so far as it bears upon the history, the literature, and the philosophy of Christianity. It is to be considered that our students are to go out into the world, and a world not of professed Catholics, but of inveterate, often bitter, commonly contemptuous Protestants. Nay, of Protestants who, so far as they come from Protestant universities and public schools, do know their own system, do know, in proportion to their general attainments, the doctrines and arguments of Protestantism. I should desire, then, to encourage in our students an intelligent apprehension of the relations, as I may call them, between the Church and society at large. For instance, the difference between the Church and a religious sect, the respective prerogatives of the Church and the civil power, what the Church claims of necessity, what it cannot dispense with, what it can grant, what it cannot. A Catholic hears the celibacy of the clergy discussed in general society. Is that usage a matter of faith, or is it not of faith? He hears the Pope accused of interfering with the prerogatives of Her Majesty because he appoints a hierarchy. What is he to answer? What principle is to guide him in the remarks which he cannot escape from the necessity of making? He fills a station of importance, and he is addressed by some friend who has political reasons for wishing to know what is the difference between canon and civil law, whether the Council of Trent has been received in France, whether a priest cannot in certain cases absolve prospectively, what is meant by his intention, what by the opus operatum, whether and in what sense we consider Protestants to be heretics, whether anyone can be saved without sacramental confession, whether we deny the reality of natural virtue or what worth we assign to it. Questions may be multiplied without limit, which occur in conversation between friends, in social intercourse, or in the business of life, when no argument is needed, no subtle and delicate disquisition, but a few direct words stating the fact, and when perhaps a few words may even hinder most serious inconveniences to the Catholic body. Half the controversies which go on in the world arise from ignorance of the facts of the case. Half the prejudices against Catholicity lie in the misinformation of the prejudiced parties. Candid persons are set right, and enemies silenced by the mere statement of what it is that we believe. It will not answer the purpose for a Catholic to say, I leave it to theologians, I will ask my priest, but it will commonly give him a triumph as easy as it is complete, if he can then and there lay down the law. I say lay down the law, for remarkable it is that even those who speak against Catholicism like to hear about it, and will excuse its advocate from alleging arguments if he can gratify their curiosity by giving them information. Generally speaking, however, as I have said, what is given as information will really be an argument as well as information. I recollect some 25 years ago 3 friends of my own, as they then were, clergymen of the establishment, making a tour through Ireland. In the west or south they had occasion to become pedestrians for the day, and they took a boy of 13 to be their guide. They amused themselves with putting questions to him on the subject of his religion, and one of them confessed to me on his return that poor child put them all to silence. How? not of course by any train of arguments or refined theological disquisition, but merely by knowing and understanding the answers in his catechism. Nor will argument itself be out of place in the hands of laymen mixing with the world. As secular power, influence, or resources are never more suitably placed than when they are in the hands of Catholics, so secular knowledge and secular gifts are then best employed when they minister to divine revelation. Theologians inculcate the matter and determine the details of that revelation. They view it from within. Philosophers view it from without. And this external view may be called the philosophy of religion, and the office of delineating it externally is most gracefully performed by laymen. In the first age, laymen were most commonly the apologists. Such were Justin, Tatian, Athenagoras, Aristides, Hermias, Minucius Felix, Arnobius, and Lactantius. In like manner, in this age, some of the most prominent defences of the Church are from laymen, as de Maistre, Chateaubriand, Nicolas, Montalembert, and others. If laymen may write, lay students may read. They surely may read what their fathers may have written. They might surely study other works too, ancient and modern, written whether by ecclesiastics or laymen, which, although they do contain theology, nevertheless in their structure and drift are polemical. Such is Origen's great work against Celsius, and Tertullian's Apology. Such some of the controversial treatises of Eusebius and Theodoret, or St. Augustine's City of God, or the tract of Vincentius Lyrinensis. And I confess that I should not even object to portions of Bellarmine's Controversies, or to the work of Suarez on laws, or to Melchior Canis's treatises on the Loci Theologici. On these questions in detail, however, which are, I readily acknowledge, very delicate, opinions may differ, even where the general principle is admitted. But even if we confine ourselves strictly to the philosophy, that is, the external contemplation of religion, we shall have a range of reading sufficiently wide and as valuable in its practical application as it is liberal in character. In it will be included what are commonly called the evidences, and what is a subject of special interest at this day, the notes of the Church. But I have said enough in general illustration of the rule which I am recommending. One more remark I make, though it is implied in what I have been saying. Whatever students read in the province of religion, they read and would read from the very nature of the case, under the superintendence and with the explanations of those who are older and more experienced than themselves. End of University Subjects, Lecture 4, Part 4. Recording by Andrew Nash, Abingdon, Oxfordshire, England. University Subjects, Lecture 5 of The Idea of a University by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 5, A Form of Infidelity of the Day. 1. Its Sentiments. Though it cannot be denied that at the present day, in consequence of the close juxtaposition and intercourse of men of all religions, there is a considerable danger of the subtle, silent, unconscious perversion and corruption of Catholic intellects, who as yet profess, and sincerely profess, their submission to the authority of revelation, still that danger is far inferior to what it was in one portion of the Middle Ages. Nay, contrasting the two periods together, we may even say that in this very point they differ, that in the medieval, since Catholicism was then the sole religion recognized in Christianity, unbelief necessarily made its advances under the language and the guise of faith, whereas in the present, when universal toleration prevails, and it is open to assail revealed truth, whether scripture or tradition, the fathers or the sense of the faithful, unbelief in consequence throws off the mask and takes up a position over against us in citadels of its own, and confronts us in the broad light and with a direct assault. And I have no hesitation in saying, apart of course from moral and ecclesiastical considerations, and under correction of the command and policy of the Church, that I prefer to live in an age when the fight is in the day, not in the twilight, and think it a gain to be speared by a foe rather than to be stabbed by a friend. I do not then repine at all at the open development of unbelief in Germany, supposing unbelief is to be, or at its growing audacity in England, not as if I were satisfied with the state of things considered positively, but because, in the unavoidable alternative of avowed unbelief and secret, my own personal leaning is in favour of the former. I hold that unbelief is in some shape unavoidable in an age of intellect, and in a world like this, considering that faith requires an act of the will, and presupposes the due exercise of religious advantages. You may persist in calling Europe Catholic, though it is not. You may enforce an outward acceptance of Catholic dogma, and an outward obedience to Catholic precept, and your enactments may be, so far, not only pious in themselves, but even merciful towards the teachers of false doctrine, as well as just towards their victims. But this is all that you can do. You cannot bespeak conclusions which, in spite of yourselves, you are leaving free to the human will. There will be, I say, in spite of you, unbelief and immorality to the end of the world, and you must be prepared for immorality more odious, and unbelief more astute, more subtle, more bitter, and more resentful, in proportion as it is obliged to dissemble. It is one great advantage of an age in which unbelief speaks out, that faith can speak out too, that, if falsehood assaults truth, truth can assail falsehood. In such an age, it is possible to found a university more emphatically Catholic than could be set up in the Middle Age, because truth can entrench itself carefully and define its own profession severely, and display its colours unequivocally, by occasion of that very unbelief which so shamelessly vaunts itself. And a kindred advantage to this is the confidence which, in such an age, we can place in all who are around us, so that we need look for no foes but those who are in the enemy's camp. The medieval schools were the arena of as critical a struggle between truth and error as Christianity has ever endured, and the philosophy which bears their name carried its supremacy by means of a succession of victories in the cause of the Church. Scarcely had universities risen into popularity when they were found to be infected with the most subtle and fatal forms of unbelief, and the heresies of the East germinated in the west of Europe and in Catholic lecture rooms with a mysterious vigour upon which history throws little light. The questions agitated were as deep as any in theology. The being and essence of the Almighty were the main subjects of the disputation, and Aristotle was introduced to the ecclesiastical youth as a teacher of pantheism. Saracenic expositions of the great philosopher were in vogue, and when a fresh treatise was imported from Constantinople, the curious and impatient student threw himself upon it, regardless of the Church's warnings, and reckless of the effect upon his own mind. The acutest intellects became sceptics and misbelievers, and the head of the Holy Roman Empire, the Caesar Frederick II, to say nothing of our miserable King John, had the reputation of meditating a profession of Mahometanism. It is said that in the community at large, men had a vague suspicion and mistrust of each other's belief in revelation. A secret society was discovered in the universities of Lombard, Tuscany, and France, organized for the propagation of infidel opinions. It was bound together by oaths, and sent its missionaries among the people in the disguise of peddlers and vagrants. The success of such efforts was attested in the south of France by the great extension of the Albigenses and the prevalence of Manichaean doctrine. The University of Paris was obliged to limit the number of its doctors in theology to as few as 8, from misgivings about the orthodoxy of its divines generally. The narrative of Simon of Tournai, struck dead for crying out after lecture, "Ah, good Jesus, I could disprove thee, did I please, as easily as I have proved," whatever be its authenticity, at least may be taken as a representation of the frightful peril to which Christianity was exposed. Amaury of Chartres was the author of a school of pantheism, and has given his name to a sect. Abelard, Rosselin, Gilbert, and David de Dinan, Tanquelin and Eon, and others who might be named, show the extraordinary influence of anti-Catholic doctrines on high and low. 10 ecclesiastics and several of the populace of Paris were condemned for maintaining that our Lord's reign was past, that the Holy Ghost was to be incarnate, or for parallel heresies. Frederick II established a university at Naples with a view to the propagation of the infidelity which was so dear to him. It gave birth to the great St. Thomas, the champion of revealed truth. So intimate was the intermixture, so close the grapple between faith and unbelief. It was the conspiracy of traitors. It was a civil strife of which the medieval seats of learning were the scene. In this day, on the contrary, truth and error lie over against each other with a valley between them, and David goes forth in the sight of all men and from his own camp to engage with the Philistine. Such is the providential overruling of that principle of toleration which was conceived in the spirit of unbelief in order to the destruction of Catholicity. The sway of the Church is contracted, but she gains in intensity what she loses in extent. She has now a direct command and a reliable influence over her own institutions, which was wanting in the Middle Ages. A university is her possession in these times, as well as her creation. Nor has she the need, which once was so urgent, to expel heresies from her pale, which have now their own centres of attraction elsewhere, and spontaneously take their departure. Secular advantages no longer present an inducement to hypocrisy, and her members in consequence have the consolation of being able to be sure of each other. How much better is it, for us at least, whatever it may be for themselves, to take a case before our eyes in Ireland, that those persons who have left the Church to become ministers in the Protestant establishment should be in their proper place, as they are, than that they should have perforce continued in her communion. I repeat it, I would rather fight with unbelief as we find it in the 19th century, than as it existed in the 12th and 13th. I look out, then, into the enemy's camp, and I try to trace the outlines of the hostile movements and the preparations for assault which are there in agitation against us. The arming and the manoeuvring, the earthworks and the mines go on incessantly, and one cannot of course tell, without the gift of prophecy, which of his projects will be carried into effect and attain its purpose, and which will eventually fail or be abandoned. Threatening demonstrations may come to nothing, and those who are to be our most formidable foes may, before the attack, elude our observation. All these uncertainties, we know, are the lot of the soldier in the field, and they are parallel to those which befall the warriors of the temple. Fully feeling the force of such considerations, and under their correction, nevertheless, I make my anticipations according to the signs of the times. And such must be my proviso when I proceed to describe some characteristics of one particular form of infidelity which is coming into existence and activity over against us in the intellectual citadels of England. It must not be supposed that I attribute what I am going to speak of as a form of infidelity of the day to any given individual or individuals, nor is it necessary to my purpose to suppose that any one man as yet consciously holds or sees the drift of that portion of the theory to which he has given assent. I am to describe a set of opinions which may be considered as the true explanation of many floating views, and the converging point of a multitude of separate and independent minds. And, as of old, Arius or Nestorius not only was spoken of in his own person, but was viewed as the abstract and typical teacher of the heresy which he introduced, and thus his name denoted a heretic more complete and explicit, even though not more formal, than the heresiarch himself, so here too, in like manner, I may be describing a school of thought in its fully developed proportions, which at present everyone to whom membership with it is imputed will at once begin to disown, and I may be pointing to teachers whom no one will be able to descry. Still, it is not less true that I may be speaking of tendencies and elements which exist, and he may come in person at last, who comes at first to us merely in his spirit and in his power. The teacher, then, whom I speak of, will discourse thus in his secret heart. He will begin, as so many so far have done before him, by laying it down as if a position which approves itself to the reason immediately that it is fairly examined, which is of so axiomatic a character as to have a claim to be treated as a first principle, and is firm and steady enough to bear a large superstructure upon it. That religion is not the subject matter of science. You may have opinions in religion, you may have theories, you may have arguments, you may have probabilities, you may have anything but demonstration, and therefore you cannot have science. In mechanics, you advance from sure premises to sure conclusions. In optics, you form your undeniable facts into system, arrive at general principles, and then again infallibly apply them. Here you have science. On the other hand, there is at present no real science of the weather, because you cannot get hold of facts and truths on which it depends. There is no science of the coming and going of epidemics, no science of the breaking out and the cessation of wars, no science of popular likings and dislikings, or of the fashions. It is not that these subject matters are themselves incapable of science, but that, under existing circumstances, we are incapable of subjecting them to it. And so, in like manner, says the philosopher in question, without denying that in the matter of religion some things are true and some things are false, still we certainly are not in a position to determine the one or the other. And, as it would be absurd to dogmatize about the weather, and say that 1860 will be a wet season or a dry season, a time of peace or war, so it is absurd for men in our present state to teach anything positively about the next world, that there is a heaven, or a hell, or a last judgment, or that the soul is immortal, or that there is a God. It is not that you have not a right to your own opinion, as you have a right to place implicit trust in your own banker, or in your own physician. But undeniably, such persuasions are not knowledge. They are not scientific. They cannot become public property. They are consistent with your allowing your friend to entertain the opposite opinion. And if you are tempted to be violent in the defence of your own view of the case in this matter of religion, then it is well to lay seriously to heart whether sensitiveness on the subject of your banker or your doctor, when he is handled sceptically by another, would not be taken to argue a secret misgiving in your mind about him, in spite of your confident profession, an absence of clear, unruffled certainty in his honesty or in his skill. Such is our philosopher's primary position. He does not prove it, he does but distinctly state it, but he thinks it self-evident when it is distinctly stated, and there he leaves it. Taking his primary position henceforth for granted, he will proceed as follows. Well then, if religion is just one of those subjects about which we can know nothing, what can be so absurd as to spend time upon it? What so absurd as to quarrel with others about it? Let us all keep to our own religious opinions respectively, and be content. But so far from it, upon no subject whatever has the intellect of man been fastened so intensely as upon religion, and the misery is that, if we once allow it to engage our attention, we are in a circle from which we never shall be able to extricate ourselves. Our mistake reproduces and corroborates itself. A small insect, a wasp or a fly, is unable to make his way through the pane of glass, and his very failure is the occasion of greater violence in his struggle than before. He is as heroically obstinate in his resolution to succeed as the assailant or defender of some critical battlefield. He is unflagging and fierce in an effort which cannot lead to anything beyond itself. When then in like manner you have once resolved that certain religious doctrines shall be indisputably true, and that all men ought to perceive their truth, you have engaged in an undertaking which, though continued on to eternity, will never reach its aim. And since you are convinced it ought to do so, the more you have failed hitherto,
the more violent and pertinacious will be your attempt in time to come. And further still, since you are not the only man in the world who is in this error, but one of 10,000, all holding the general principle that religion is scientific, and yet all differing as to the truths and facts and conclusions of this science, it follows that the misery of social disputation and disunion is added to the misery of a hopeless investigation, and life is not only wasted in fruitless speculation, but embittered by bigoted sectarianism. Such is the state in which the world has laid, it will be said, ever since the introduction of Christianity. Christianity has been the bane of true knowledge, for it has turned the intellect away from what it can know and occupied it in what it cannot. Differences of opinion crop up and multiply themselves in proportion to the difficulty of deciding them, and the unfruitfulness of theology has been, in matter of fact, the very reason not for seeking better food, but for feeding on nothing else. Truth has been sought in the wrong direction, and the attainable has been put aside for the visionary. Now, there is no call on me here to refute these arguments, but merely to state them. I need not refute what has not yet been proved. It is sufficient for me to repeat what I have already said, that they are founded on a mere assumption. Supposing, indeed, religious truth cannot be ascertained, then, of course, it is not only idle but mischievous to attempt to do so. Then, of course, argument does but increase the mistake of attempting it. But surely both Catholics and Protestants have written solid defences of revelation, of Christianity, and of dogma as such, and these are not simply to be put aside without saying why. It has not yet been shown by our philosophers to be self-evident that religious truth is really incapable of attainment. On the other hand, it has at least been powerfully argued by a number of profound minds that it can be attained, and the onus probandi plainly lies with those who are introducing into the world what the whole world feels to be a paradox. However, where men really are persuaded of all this, however unreasonable, what will follow? A feeling not merely of contempt, but of absolute hatred towards the Catholic theologian and the dogmatic teacher. The patriot abhors and loathes the partisans who have degraded and injured his country, and the citizen of the world, the advocate of the human race, feels bitter indignation at those whom he holds to have been its misleaders and tyrants for 2,000 years. The world has lost 2,000 years. It is pretty much where it was in the days of Augustus. This is what has come of priests. There are those who are actuated by a benevolent liberalism, and condescend to say that Catholics are not worse than other maintainers of dogmatic theology. There are those, again, who are good enough to grant that the Catholic Church fostered knowledge and science up to the days of Galileo, and that she has only retrograded for the last several centuries. But the new teacher, whom I am contemplating in the light of that nebula out of which he will be concentrated, echoes the words of the early persecutor of Christians, that they are the enemies of the human race. But for Athanasius, but for Augustine, but for Aquinas, the world would have had its Bacons and its Newtons, its Lavoisiers and its Cuviers, its Watts and its Adam Smiths, centuries upon centuries ago. And now, when at length the true philosophy has struggled into existence and is making its way, what is left for its champion but to make an eager, desperate attack upon Christian theology, the scabbard flung away and no quarter given? And what will be the issue but the triumph of the stronger, the overthrow of an old error and an odious tyranny, and the reign of the beautiful truth? Thus he thinks, and he sits dreaming over the inspiring thought, and longs for that approaching, that inevitable day. There let us leave him for the present, dreaming and longing in his impotent hatred of a power which Julian and Frederick, Shaftesbury and Voltaire, and 1,000 other sovereigns and subtle thinkers have assailed in vain. 2. Its policy. It is a miserable time when a man's Catholic profession is no voucher for his orthodoxy, and when a teacher of religion may be within the Church's pale, yet external to her faith. Such has been for a season the trial of her children at various eras of her history. It was the state of things during the dreadful Arian ascendancy, when the flock had to keep aloof from the shepherd, and the unsuspicious fathers of the Western councils trusted and followed some consecrated sophist from Greece or Syria. It was the case in those passages of medieval history where simony resisted the supreme pontiff, or when heresy lurked in universities. It was a longer and more tedious trial, while the controversies lasted with the Monophysites of old, and with the Jansenists in modern times. A great scandal it is, and a perplexity to the little ones of Christ, to have to choose between rival claimants upon their allegiance, or to find a condemnation at length pronounced upon one whom in their simplicity they have admired. We too in this age have our scandals, for scandals must be, but they are not what they were once. And if it be the just complaint of pious men now that never was infidelity so rampant, it is their boast and consolation, on the other hand, that never was the Church less troubled with false teachers, never more united. False teachers do not remain within her pale now, because they can easily leave it, and because there are seats of error external to her to which they are attracted. They went out from us, says the Apostle, but they are not of us. For if they had been of us, they would no doubt have continued with us, but that they might be made manifest that they are not all of us. It is a great gain when error becomes manifest, for then it ceases to deceive the simple. With these thoughts, I began to describe by anticipation the formation of a school of unbelief external to the Church, which perhaps as yet only exists, as I then expressed it, in a nebula. In the Middle Ages, it might have managed, by means of subterfuges, to maintain itself for a while within the sacred limits. Now, of course, it is outside of it. Yet still, from the intermixture of Catholics with the world, and the present immature condition of the false doctrine, it may at first exert an influence even upon those who would shrink from it if they recognized it as it really is, and as it will ultimately show itself. Moreover, it is natural and not unprofitable for persons under our circumstances to speculate on the forms of error with which a university of this age will have to contend, as the medieval universities had their own special antagonists. And for both reasons, I am hazarding some remarks on a set of opinions and a line of action which seems to be at present, at least in its rudiments, in the seats of the English intellect, whether the danger dies away of itself or not. I have already said that its fundamental dogma is that nothing can be known for certain about the unseen world. This being taken for granted as a self-evident point, undeniable as soon as stated, it goes on, or will go on, to argue that, in consequence, the immense outlay which has been made of time, anxiety, and toil, of health, bodily and mental, upon theological researches, has been simply thrown away, nay, has been not useless merely, but even mischievous, inasmuch as it has indirectly thwarted the cultivation of studies of far greater promise and of an evident utility. This is the main position of the school I am contemplating, and the result in the minds of its members is a deep hatred and a bitter resentment against the power which has managed, as they consider, to stunt the world's knowledge and the intellect of man for so many 100 years. Thus much I have already said, and now I am going to state the line of policy which these people will adopt, and the course of thought which that policy of theirs will make necessary to them, or natural. Supposing, then, it is the main tenet of the school in question, that the study of religion as a science has been the bane of philosophy and knowledge, what remedy will its masters apply for the evils they deplore? Should they profess themselves the antagonists of theology, and engage in argumentative exercises with theologians? This evidently would be to increase, to perpetuate the calamity. Nothing, they will say to themselves, do religious men desire so ardently. Nothing would so surely advance the cause of religion as controversy. The very policy of religious men, they will argue, is to get the world to fix its attention steadily upon the subject of religion, and controversy is the most effectual means of doing this. and their own game, they will consider, is on the contrary to be elaborately silent about it. Should they not then go on to shut up the theological schools and exclude religion from the subjects scientifically treated in philosophical education? This indeed has been and is a favourite mode of proceeding with very many of the enemies of theology. But still, it cannot be said to have been justified by any greater success than the policy of controversy. The establishment of the London University only gave immediate occasion to the establishment of King's College, founded on the dogmatic principle, and the liberalism of the Dutch government led to the restoration of the University of Louvain. It is a well-known story how the very absence of the statues of Brutus and Cassius brought them more vividly into the recollection of the Roman people. When, then, in a comprehensive scheme of education, religion alone is excluded, that exclusion pleads in its behalf. Whatever be the real value of religion, say these philosophers to themselves, it has a name in the world and must not be ill-treated, lest men should rally round it from a feeling of generosity. They will decide in consequence that the exclusive method, though it has met with favour in this generation, is quite as much a mistake as the controversial. Turning then to the universities of England, they will pronounce that the true policy to be observed there would be simply to let the schools of theology alone. Most unfortunate it is that they have been roused from the state of decadence and torpor in which they lay some 20 or 30 years ago. Up to that time, a routine lecture, delivered once to successive batches of young men designed for the Protestant ministry, not during their residence, but when they were leaving or had already left the university, and not about dogmatics, history, ecclesiastical law, or casuistry, but about the list of authors to be selected and works to be read by those who had neither curiosity to read them nor money to purchase. And again, a periodical advertisement of a lecture on the 39 Articles, which was never delivered because it was never attended. These two demonstrations, one undertaken by one theological professor, the other by another, comprised the theological teaching of a seat of learning which had been the home of Duns Scotus and Alexander Hales. What envious mischance put an end to those halcyon days, and revived the odium theologicum in the years which followed? Let us do justice to the authoritative rulers of the university. They have their failings, but not to them is the revolution to be ascribed. It was nobody's fault among all the guardians of education and trustees of the intellect in that celebrated place. However, the mischief has been done, and now the wisest course for the interests of infidelity is to leave it to itself, and let the fever gradually subside. Treatment would but irritate it. Not to interfere with theology, not to raise a little finger against it, is the only means of superseding it. The more bitter is the hatred which such men bear it, the less they must show it. What, then, is the line of action which they must pursue? They think, and rightly think, that in all contests the wisest and largest policy is to conduct a positive, not a negative opposition, not to prevent, but to anticipate, to obstruct by constructing, and to exterminate by supplanting. To cast any slight upon theology, whether in its Protestant or its Catholic schools, would be to elicit an inexhaustible stream of polemics, and a phalanx of dogmatic doctors and confessors. Let alone, Camarina, for 'tis best let alone. The proper procedure, then, is not to oppose theology, but to rival it, leave its teachers to themselves, merely aim at the introduction of other studies, which, while they have the accidental charm of novelty, possess a surpassing interest, richness, and practical value of their own. Get possession of these studies, and appropriate them, and monopolize the use of them, to the exclusion of the votaries of religion. Take it for granted, and protest for the future, that religion has nothing to do with the studies to which I am alluding, nor those studies with religion. Exclaim and cry out, if the Catholic Church presumes herself to handle what you mean to use as a weapon against her. The range of the experimental sciences, viz. Psychology and politics and political economy, and the many departments of physics, various both in their subject matter and their method of research. The great sciences, which are the characteristics of this era, and which become the more marvellous, the more thoroughly they are understood, astronomy, magnetism, chemistry, geology, comparative anatomy, natural history, ethnology, languages, political geography, antiquities, these be your indirect but effectual methods of overturning religion. They do but need to be seen in order to be pursued. You will put an end, in the schools of learning, to the long reign of the unseen shadowy world by the mere exhibition of the visible. This was impossible heretofore, for the visible world was so little known itself. But now, thanks to the new philosophy, sight is able to contest the field with faith. The medieval philosopher had no weapon against revelation but metaphysics. Physical science has a better temper, if not a keener edge, for the purpose. Now here I interrupt the course of thought I am tracing to introduce a caveat, lest I should be thought to cherish any secret disrespect towards the sciences I have enumerated, or apprehension of their legitimate tendencies, whereas my very object is to protest against a monopoly of them by others. And it is not surely a heavy imputation on them to say that they, as other divine gifts, may be used to wrong purposes, with which they have no natural connection, and for which they were never intended, and that, as in Greece, the element of beauty with which the universe is flooded, and the poetical faculty, which is its truest interpreter, were made to minister to sensuality. As in the Middle Ages, abstract speculation, another great instrument of truth, was often frittered away in sophistical exercises, so now too the department of fact and the method of research and experiment which is proper to it may for the moment eclipse the light of faith in the imagination of the student, and be degraded into the accidental tool, hic et nunc, of infidelity. I am as little hostile to physical science as I am to poetry or metaphysics, nor do I grudge them to anti-Catholics, so that anti-Catholics will not claim to monopolize them, cry out when we profess them, or direct them against revelation. I wish indeed I could think that these studies were not intended by a certain school of philosophers to bear directly against its authority. There are those who hope, there are those who are sure, that in the incessant investigation of facts, physical, political, and moral, something or other, or many things, will sooner or later turn up, and stubborn facts too, simply contradictory of revealed declarations. A vision comes before them of some physical or historical proof that mankind is not descended from a common origin, or that the hopes of the world were never consigned to a wooden ark floating on the waters, or that the manifestations on Mount Sinai were the work of man or nature, or that the Hebrew patriarchs or the judges of Israel are mythical personages, or that St. Peter had no connection with Rome, or that the doctrine of the Holy Trinity or of the real presence was foreign to primitive belief. An anticipation possesses them that the ultimate truths embodied in mesmerism will certainly solve all the gospel miracles. That to nebularize the Gospels or the Fathers is a simple expedient for stultifying the whole Catholic system. They imagine that the eternal, immutable Word of God is to quail and come to naught before the penetrating intellect of man. And where this feeling exists, there will be a still stronger motive for letting theology alone. That party with whom success is but a matter of time can afford to wait patiently. And if an inevitable train is laid for blowing up the fortress, why need we be anxious that the catastrophe should take place today, rather than tomorrow? But without making too much of their own anticipations on this point, which may or may not be in part fulfilled, these men have secure grounds for knowing that the sciences, as they would pursue them, will at least be prejudicial to the religious sentiment. Any one study, of whatever kind, exclusively pursued, deadens in the mind the interest, nay the perception, of any other. Thus Cicero says that Plato and Demosthenes, Aristotle and Isocrates might have respectively excelled in each other's province, but that each was absorbed in his own. His words are emphatic. Quorum utaque suo studio delectatus contemsit alteram. Specimens of this peculiarity occur every day. You can hardly persuade some men to talk about anything but their own pursuit. They refer the whole world to their own centre, and measure all matters by their own rule, like the fisherman in the drama, whose eulogy on his deceased lord was that he was so fond of fish. The saints illustrate this, on the other hand. St. Bernard had no eye for architecture. St. Basil had no nose for flowers. St. Aloysius had no palate for meat and drink. St. Paula or St. Jane Frances could spurn or could step over her own child. Not that natural faculties were wanting to those great servants of God, but that a higher gift outshone and obscured every lower attribute of man, as human features may remain in heaven, yet the beauty of them be killed by the surpassing light of glory. And in like manner, it is clear that the tendency of science is to make men indifferentists or sceptics, merely by being exclusively pursued. The party, then, of whom I speak, understanding this well, would suffer disputations in the theological schools every day in the year, provided they can manage to keep the students of science at a distance from them. Nor is this all. They trust to the influence of the modern sciences on what may be called the imagination. When anything which comes before us is very unlike what we commonly experience, we consider it on that account untrue, not because it really shocks our reason as improbable, but because it startles our imagination as strange. Now, revelation presents to us a perfectly different aspect of the universe from that presented by the sciences. The two informations are like the distinct subjects represented by the lines of the same drawing, which, accordingly as they are read on their concave or convex side, exhibit to us now a group of trees with branches and leaves, and now human faces hid amid the leaves, or some majestic figures standing out from the branches. Thus is faith opposed to sight. It is parallel to the contrast afforded by plain astronomy and physical. Plain, in accordance with our senses, discourses of the sun's rising and setting, while physical, in accordance with our reason, asserts on the contrary that the sun is all but stationary, and that it is the earth that moves. This is what is meant by saying that truth lies in a well. Phenomena are no measure of fact. Prima facie representations, which we receive from without, do not reach to the real state of things, or put them before us simply as they are. While, then, reason and revelation are consistent in fact, they are often inconsistent in appearance, and this seeming discordance acts most keenly and alarmingly on the imagination, and may suddenly expose a man to the temptation, and even hurry him on to the commission, of definite acts of unbelief, in which reason itself does not really come into exercise at all. I mean, let a person devote himself to the studies of the day, let him be taught by the astronomer that our sun is but one of 1,000,000 central luminaries, and our earth but one of 10,000,000 globes moving in space. Let him learn from the geologist that on that globe of ours enormous revolutions have been in progress through innumerable ages. Let him be told by the comparative anatomist of the minutely arranged system of organized nature, by the chemist and the physicist of the peremptory yet intricate laws to which nature, organized and inorganic, is subjected, by the ethnologist of the originals and ramifications and varieties and fortunes of nations, by the antiquarian of old cities disinterred and primitive countries laid bare, with the specific forms of human society once existing, by the linguist of the slow formation and development of languages, by the psychologist, the physiologist, and the economist of the subtle, complicated structure of the breathing, energetic, restless world of men. I say, let him take in and master the vastness of the view thus afforded him of nature, its infinite complexity, its awful comprehensiveness, and its diversified yet harmonious colouring, and then, when he has for years drank in and fed upon this vision, let him turn round to pursue the inspired records, or listen to the authoritative teaching of Revelation, the book of Genesis, or the warnings and prophecies of the Gospels, or the Symbolum Quicumque, or the life of St. Anthony, or St. Hilarion, and he may certainly experience a most distressing revulsion of feeling. Not that his reason really deduces anything from his much-loved studies contrary to the faith, but that his imagination is bewildered and swims with the sense of the ineffable distance of that faith from the view of things which is familiar to him, with its strangeness, then again its rude simplicity as he considers it, and its apparent poverty, contrasted with the exuberant life and reality of his own world.
All this the school I am speaking of understands well. It comprehends that if it can but exclude the professors of religion from the lecture halls of science, it may safely allow them full play in their own. For it will be able to rear up infidels without speaking a word, merely by the terrible influence of that faculty against which both Bacon and Butler so solemnly warn us.
I say, it leaves the theologian the full and free possession of his own schools, for it thinks he will have no chance of arresting the opposite teaching, or of rivaling the fascination of modern science. Knowing little and caring less for the depth and largeness of that heavenly wisdom on which the apostle delights to expatiate, or the variety of those sciences, dogmatic or ethical, mystical or hagiological, historical or exegetical, which revelation has created, these philosophers know perfectly well that, in matter of fact, to beings constituted as we are, sciences which concern this world and this state of existence are worth far more, are more arresting and attractive than those which relate to a system of things which they do not see and cannot master by their natural powers. Sciences which deal with tangible facts, practical results, ever-growing discoveries, and perpetual novelties, which feed curiosity, sustain attention, and stimulate expectation, require, they consider, but a fair stage and no favour to distance that ancient truth which never changes, and but cautiously advances, in the race for popularity and power. And therefore they look out for the day when they shall have put down religion, not by shutting its schools, but by emptying them, not by disputing its tenets, but by the superior worth and persuasiveness of their own.
Such is the tactic which a new school of philosophers adopt against Christian theology. They have this characteristic, compared with the former schools of infidelity, viz. The union of intense hatred with a large toleration of theology. They are professedly civil to it, and run a race with it. They rely not on any logical disproof of it, but on three considerations. First, on the effects of studies of whatever kind to indispose the mind towards other studies. Next, on the special effect of modern sciences upon the imagination, prejudicial to revealed truth. And lastly, on the absorbing interest attached to those sciences from their marvellous results. This line of action will be forced upon these persons by the peculiar character and position of religion in England. And here I have arrived at the limits of my paper before I have finished the discussion upon which I have entered, and I must be content with having made some suggestions which, if worth anything, others may use.
End of University Subjects Lecture 5. Recording by Andrew Nash, Abingdon, Oxfordshire, England.
University Subjects Lecture 6 of The Idea of a University by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 6, University Preaching. When I obtained from various distinguished persons the acceptable promise that they would give me the advantage of their countenance and assistance by appearing from time to time in the pulpit of our new university, some of them accompanied that promise with the natural request that I, who had asked for it, should offer them my own views of the mode and form in which the duty would be most satisfactorily accomplished. On the other hand, it was quite as natural that I, on my part, should be disinclined to take on myself an office which belongs to a higher station and authority in the Church than my own, and the more so because, on the definite subject about which the inquiry is made, I should have far less direct aid from the writings of holy men and great divines than I could desire. Were it indeed my sole business to put into shape the scattered precepts which saints and doctors have delivered upon it, I might have ventured on such a task with comparatively little misgiving. Under the shadow of the great teachers of the pastoral office, I might have been content to speak, without looking out for any living authority to prompt me. But this, unfortunately, is not the case. Such venerable guidance does not extend beyond the general principles and rules of preaching, and these require both expansion and adaptation when they are to be made to bear on compositions addressed in the name of a university to university men. They define the essence of Christian preaching, which is one and the same in all cases, but not the subject matter or the method, which vary according to circumstances. Still, after all, the points to which they do reach are more, and more important, than those which they fall short of. I therefore, though with a great deal of anxiety, have attempted to perform a task which seemed naturally to fall to me, and I am grateful to say that, though I must in some measure go beyond the range of the simple direction to which I have referred, the greater part of my remarks will lie within it. So far is clear at once, that the preacher's object is the spiritual good of his hearers. Finis praedicanti sit, says St. Francis de Sales, ut vitam justitiae habeant homines et abundantius habeant. And St. Charles, considerandum ad Dei omnipotentis gloriam ad animarumque salutem referi omnem concionandi vim ac rationem. Moreover, praedicatorem esse ministrum Dei, per quem verbum Dei a spiritus fonte ducitur ad fidelium animas irrigandas. As a marksman aims at the target and its bull's-eye and at nothing else, so the preacher must have a definite point before him which he has to hit. So much is contained for his direction in this simple maxim, that duly to enter into it and use it is half the battle, and if he mastered nothing else, still, if he really mastered as much as this, he would know all that was imperative for the due discharge of his office. For what is the conduct of men who have one object definitely before them, and one only? Why, that, whatever be their skill, whatever their resources, greater or less, to its attainment all their efforts are simply, spontaneously, visibly directed. This cuts off a number of questions sometimes asked about preaching, and extinguishes a number of anxieties. Solicita es et tubaris, says our Lord to St. Martha, erga plurima porro unum est necessarium. We ask questions perhaps about diction, elocution, rhetorical power, but does the commander of a besieging force dream of holiday displays, reviews, mock engagements, feats of strength, or trials of skill, such as would be graceful and suitable on a parade ground, when a foreigner of rank was to be received and feted? Or does he aim at one and one thing only, viz., to take the strong place? Display dissipates the energy, which for the object in view needs to be concentrated and condensed. We have no reason to suppose that the divine blessing follows the lead of human accomplishments. Indeed, St. Paul, writing to the Corinthians, who made much of such advantages of nature, contrasts the persuasive words of human wisdom with the showing of the Spirit, and tells us that the kingdom of God is not in speech, but in power. But, not to go to the consideration of divine influences, which is beyond my subject, the very presence of simple earnestness is even in itself a powerful natural instrument to effect that towards which it is directed. Earnestness creates earnestness in others by sympathy, and the more a preacher loses and is lost to himself, the more does he gain his brethren. Nor is it without some logical force also, for what is powerful enough to absorb and possess a preacher has at least a prima facie claim of attention on the part of his hearers. On the other hand, anything which interferes with this earnestness, or which argues its absence, is still more certain to blunt the force of the most cogent argument conveyed in the most eloquent language. Hence it is that the great philosopher of antiquity, in speaking in his treatise on rhetoric of the various kinds of persuasives which are available in the art, considers the most authoritative of these to be that which is drawn from the personal traits of an ethical nature evident in the orator. For such matters are cognizable by all men, and the common sense of the world decides that it is safer, where it is possible, to commit oneself to the judgment of men of character than to any considerations addressed merely to the feelings or to the reason. On these grounds I would go on to lay down a precept which I trust is not extravagant, when allowance is made for the preciseness and the point which are unavoidable in all categorical statements upon matters of conduct. It is, that preachers should neglect everything whatever besides devotion to their one object, and earnestness in pursuing it, till they in some good in measure attain to these requisites. Talent, logic, learning, words, manner, voice, action, all are required for the perfection of a preacher, but one thing is necessary, an intense perception and appreciation of the end for which he preaches, and that is, to be the minister of some definite spiritual good to those who hear him. Who could wish to be more eloquent, more powerful, more successful than the teacher of the nations? Yet who more earnest, who more natural, who more unstudied, who more self-forgetting than he? And here, in order to prevent misconception, two remarks must be made which will lead us further into the subject we are engaged upon. The first is, that in what I have been saying, I do not mean that a preacher must aim at earnestness, but that he must aim at his object, which is to do some spiritual good to his hearers, which will at once make him earnest. It is said that when a man has to cross an abyss by a narrow plank thrown over it, it is his wisdom not to look at the plank along which lies his path, but to fix his eyes steadily on the point in the opposite precipice at which the plank ends. It is by gazing at the object which he must reach, and ruling himself by it, that he secures to himself the power of walking to it straight and steadily. The case is the same in moral matters. No one will become really earnest by aiming directly at earnestness. Anyone may become earnest by meditating on the motives and drinking at the sources of earnestness. We may, of course, work ourselves up into a pretense, nay, into a paroxysm of earnestness, as we may chafe our cold hands till they are warm. But when we cease chafing, we lose the warmth again. On the contrary, let the sun come out and strike us with his beams, and we need no artificial chafing to be warm. The hot words, then, and energetic gestures of a preacher, taken by themselves, are just as much signs of earnestness as rubbing the hands or flapping the arms together are signs of warmth, though they are natural where earnestness already exists, and pleasing as being its spontaneous concomitants. To sit down to compose for the pulpit with the resolution to be eloquent is one impediment to persuasion, but to be determined to be earnest is absolutely fatal to it. He who has before his mental eye the four last things will have the true earnestness, the horror or the rapture of one who witnesses a conflagration, or discerns some rich and sublime prospect of natural scenery. His countenance, his manner, his voice speak for him in proportion as his view has been vivid and minute. The great English poet has described this sort of eloquence when a calamity had befallen. Yea, this man's brow, like to a title page, foretells the nature of a tragic volume. Thou tremblest, and the whiteness in thy cheek is apter than thy tongue to tell thy errand. It is this earnestness, in the supernatural order, which is the eloquence of saints, and not of saints only, but of all Christian preachers, according to the measure of their faith and love. As the case would be with one who has actually seen what he relates, the herald of tidings of the invisible world also will be, from the nature of the case, whether vehement or calm, sad or exulting, always simple, grave, emphatic, and peremptory. And all this not because he has proposed himself to be so, but because certain intellectual convictions involve certain external manifestations. St. Francis de Sales is full and clear upon this point. It is necessary, he says, ut ipsemet penitus hauseris, ut persuasissimam tibi habeas, doctrinam quam aliis persuasum cupis. artificium summum erit, nullum habere artificium. Inflammata sint verba, non clamoribus gesticulationibus ve immodicis, sed interiore affectione, de corde plusquam de ore proficiscantur, quantum vis ore dixerimus, sane cor codi loquitur, lingua non nisi aures pulsat. St. Augustine had said to the same purpose long before, sonus verborum nostrum aures percutit, magister intus est. My second remark is, that it is the preacher's duty to aim at imparting to others not any fortuitous, unpremeditated benefit, but some definite spiritual good. It is here that design and study find their place. The more exact and precise is the subject which he treats, the more impressive and practical will he be, whereas no one will carry off much from a discourse which is on the general subject of virtue, or vaguely and feebly entertains the question of the desirableness of attaining heaven, or the rashness of incurring eternal ruin. As a distinct image before the mind makes the preacher earnest, so it will give him something which it is worth while to communicate to others. Mere sympathy, it is true, is able, as I have said, to transfer an emotion or sentiment from mind to mind, but it is not able to fix it there. He must aim at imprinting on the heart what will never leave it, and this he cannot do unless he employ himself on some definite subject, which he has to handle and weigh, and then, as it were, to hand over from himself to others. Hence it is that the saints insist so expressly on the necessity of his addressing himself to the intellect of men, and of convincing as well as persuading. Necesse est ut dociet et moveat, says St. Francis, and St. Antoninus still more distinctly, debet praedicator clare loqui, ut instruat intellectum auditoris et doceat. Hence, moreover, in St. Ignatius's exercises, the act of the intellect precedes that of the affections. Father Lohner seems to me to be giving an instance in point when he tells us of a court preacher who delivered what would be commonly considered eloquent sermons, and attracted no one, and next took to simple explanations of the Mass and similar subjects, and then found the church thronged. So necessary is it to have something to say if we desire anyone to listen. Nay, I would go the length of recommending a preacher to place a distinct categorical proposition before him, such as he can write down in a form of words, and to guide and limit his preparation by it, and to aim in all he says to bring it out and nothing else. This seems to be implied or suggested in St. Charles's direction. Id omnino studebit, ut quod in concione dicturus est, ante bene cognitum habeat. Nay, is it not expressly conveyed in the scripture phrase of preaching the word? For what is meant by the word but a proposition addressed to the intellect? Nor will a preacher's earnestness show itself in anything more unequivocally than in his rejecting, whatever be the temptation to admit it, every remark, however original, every period, however eloquent, which does not in some way or other tend to bring out this one distinct proposition which he has chosen. Nothing is so fatal to the effect of a sermon as the habit of preaching on 3 or 4 subjects at once. I acknowledge I am advancing a step beyond the practice of great Catholic preachers when I add that, even though we preach on only one at a time, finishing and dismissing the first before we go to the second, and the second before we go to the third, still, after all, a practice like this, though not open to the inconvenience which the confusing of one subject with another involves, is in matter of fact nothing short of the delivery of 3 sermons in succession without break between them. Summing up then what I have been saying, I observe that if I have understood the doctrine of St. Charles, St. Francis, and other saints aright, definiteness of object is in various ways the one virtue of the preacher, and this means that he should set out with the intention of conveying to others some spiritual benefit, that with a view to this, and as the only ordinary way to it, he should select some distinct fact or scene, some passage in history, some truth, simple or profound, some doctrine, some principle, or some sentiment, and should study it well and thoroughly, and first make it his own, or else have already dwelt on it and mastered it, so as to be able to use it for the occasion from an habitual understanding of it, and that he should then employ himself as the one business of his discourse to bring home to others, and to leave deep within them what he has, before he began to speak to them, brought home to himself. What he feels himself, and feels deeply, he has to make others feel deeply. And in proportion as he comprehends this, he will rise above the temptation of introducing collateral matters, and will have no taste, no heart, for going aside after flowers of oratory, fine figures, tuneful periods, which are worth nothing, unless they come to him spontaneously, and are spoken out of the abundance of the heart. Our Lord said on one occasion, "I am come to send fire on the earth, and what will I, but that it be kindled?" He had one work, and he accomplished it. "The words," he says, "which thou gavest me, I have given to them, and they have received them, and now I come to thee." And the apostles again, as they had received, so were they to give. "That which we have seen and have heard," says one of them, "we declare unto you, that you may have fellowship with us." If then a preacher's subject only be some portion of the divine message, however elementary it may be, however trite, it will have a dignity such as to possess him, and a virtue to kindle him, and an influence to subdue and convert those to whom it goes forth from him, according to the words of the promise, "My word which shall go forth from my mouth shall not return to me void, but it shall do whatsoever I please, and shall prosper in the things for which I sent it." And now, having got as far as this, we shall see without difficulty what a university sermon ought to be, just so far as it is distinct from other sermons. For if all preaching is directed towards a hearer, such as is the hearer will be the preaching. And as a university auditory differs from other auditories, so will a sermon addressed to it differ from other sermons. This indeed is a broad maxim which holy men lay down on the subject of preaching. Thus St. Gregory Theologus, as quoted by the Pope, his namesake, says, "The self-same exhortation is not suitable for all hearers, for all have not the same disposition of mind, and what profits these is hurtful to those." The holy Pope himself throws the maxim into deeper form, still more precise. "Debet praedicator," he says, "perspicere ne plus predicet, quam ab audiente capi possit." And St. Charles expounds it, referring to Pope St. Gregory, "Pro audientem genere locos doctrinarum, ex quibis concionem conficiat, non modo distinctos, sed optime explicatos habebit, atque in hoc quidem multiplici genere concionata videbit, neque cumque, ut Sanctus Gregorius scite monet, legeret, aut scientia comprehenderit, omnia enunciet atque effundat, sed delectum habebit, ita ud documenta alia exponat, alia tacite relinquat, praut locus, ordo conditioque auditorum deposcat." And by way of obviating the chance of such a rule being considered a human artifice, inconsistent with the simplicity of the gospel, he had said shortly before, "Ad Dei gloriam, ad caelestis regni propagationem, et ad animarum salutem, plurimum interest, non solum quales sint predicores, sed qua via, qua ratione praedicent." It is true, this is also one of the elementary principles of the art of rhetoric. But it is no scandal that a saintly bishop should in this way borrow a maxim from secular, nay, from pagan schools. For divine grace does not overpower nor supersede the action of the human mind according to its proper nature, and if heathen writers have analysed that nature well, so far let them be used to the greater glory of the author and source of all truth. Aristotle, then, in his celebrated treatise on rhetoric, makes the very essence of the art lie in the precise recognition of a hearer. It is a relative art, and in that respect differs from logic, which simply teaches the right use of reason, whereas rhetoric is the art of persuasion, which implies a person who is to be persuaded. As then the Christian preacher aims at the divine glory, not in any vague and general way, but definitely by the enunciation of some article or passage of the revealed word, so further he enunciates it not for the instruction of the whole world, but directly for the sake of those very persons who are before him. He is, when in the pulpit, instructing, enlightening, informing, advancing, sanctifying not all nations, nor all classes, nor all callings, but those particular ranks, professions, states, ages, characters, which have gathered around him. Proof, indeed, is the same all over the earth, but he has not only to prove, but to persuade. Whom? A hearer, then, is included in the very idea of preaching, and we cannot determine how in detail we ought to preach till we know whom we are to address. In all the most important respects, indeed, all hearers are the same, and what is suitable for one audience is suitable for another. All hearers are children of Adam. All, too, are children of the Christian adoption and of the Catholic Church. The great topics which suit the multitude, which attract the poor, which sway the unlearned, which warn, arrest, recall the wayward and wandering, are in place within the precincts of a university as elsewhere. A studium generale is not a cloister, or novitiate, or seminary, or boarding school. It is an assemblage of the young, the inexperienced, the lay and the secular, and not even the simplest of religious truths or the most elementary articles of the Christian faith can be unseasonable from its pulpit. A sermon on the divine omnipresence, on the future judgment, on the satisfaction of Christ, on the intercession of saints, will be not less, perhaps more, suitable there than if it were addressed to a parish congregation. Let no one suppose that anything recondite is essential to the idea of a university sermon. The most obvious truths are often the most profitable. Seldom does an opportunity occur for a subject there which might not under circumstances be treated before any other auditory whatever. Nay, further, an academical auditory might be well content if it never heard any subject treated at all but what would be suitable to any general congregation. However, after all, a university has a character of its own. It has some traits of human nature more prominently developed than others, and its members are brought together under circumstances which impart to the auditory a peculiar colour and expression, even where it does not substantially differ from another. It is composed of men, not women, of the young rather than the old, and of persons either highly educated or under education. These are the points which the preacher will bear in mind, and which will direct him both in his choice of subject and in his mode of treating it. And first, as to his matter or subject. Here I would remark upon the circumstance that courses of sermons upon theological points, polemical discussions, treatises in extenso, and the like, are often included in the idea of a university sermon, and are considered to be legitimately entitled to occupy the attention of a university audience, the object of such compositions being not directly and mainly the edification of the hearers, but the defence or advantage of Catholicism at large, and the gradual formation of a volume suitable for publication. Without absolutely discountenancing such important works, it is not necessary to say more of them than that they rather belong to the divinity school, and fall under the idea of lectures, than have a claim to be viewed as university sermons. Anyhow, I do not feel called upon to speak of such discourses here, and I say the same of panegyrical orations, discourses on special occasions, funeral sermons, and the like. Putting such exceptional compositions aside, I will confine myself to the consideration of what may be called sermons proper. And here, I repeat, any general subject will be seasonable in the university pulpit, which would be seasonable elsewhere. But if we look for subjects especially suitable, they will be of two kinds. The temptations which ordinarily assail the young and the intellectual are two: those which are directed against their virtue, and those which are directed against their faith. All divine gifts are exposed to misuse and perversion. Youth and intellect are both of them goods, and involve in them certain duties respectively, and can be used to the glory of the giver. But as youth becomes the occasion of excess and sensuality, so does intellect give accidental opportunity to religious error, rash speculation, doubt, and infidelity. That these are in fact the peculiar evils to which large academical bodies are liable is shown from the history of universities. And if a preacher would have a subject which has especial significancy in such a place, he must select one which bears upon one or other of these two classes of sin. I mean, he would be treating on some such subject with the same sort of appositeness as he would discourse upon almsgiving when addressing the rich, or on patience, resignation, and industry when he was addressing the poor, or on forgiveness of injuries when he was addressing the oppressed or persecuted. To this suggestion I append two cautions. First, I need hardly say that a preacher should be quite sure that he understands the persons he is addressing before he ventures to aim at what he considers to be their ethical condition. For if he mistakes, he will probably be doing harm rather than good. I have known consequences to occur very far from edifying when strangers have fancied they knew an auditory when they did not, and have by implication imputed to them habits or motives which were not theirs. Better far would it be for a preacher to select one of those more general subjects, which are safe, than risk what is evidently ambitious, if this is not successful. My other caution is this, that even when he addresses himself to some special danger or probable deficiency or need of his hearers, he should do so covertly, not showing on the surface of his discourse what he is aiming at. I see no advantage in a preacher professing to treat of infidelity, orthodoxy, or virtue, or the pride of reason, or riot, or sensual indulgence. To say nothing else, commonplaces are but blunt weapons, whereas it is particular topics that penetrate and reach their mark. Such subjects rather are, for instance, the improvement of time, avoiding the occasions of sin, frequenting the sacraments, divine warnings, the inspirations of grace, the mysteries of the rosary, natural virtue, beauty of the rites of the Church, consistency of the Catholic faith, relation of Scripture to the Church, the philosophy of tradition, and any others which may touch the heart and conscience, or may suggest trains of thought to the intellect, without proclaiming the main reason why they have been chosen. Next, as to the mode of treating its subject, which a university discourse requires. It is this respect, after all, I think, in which it especially differs from other kinds of preaching. As translations differ from each other, as expressing the same ideas in different languages, so in the case of sermons, each may undertake the same subject, yet treat it in his own way, as contemplating its own hearers. This is well exemplified in the speeches of St. Paul, as recorded in the book of Acts. To the Jews, he quotes the Old Testament. On the Areopagus, addressing the philosophers of Athens, he insists, not indeed upon any recondite doctrine, contrariwise upon the most elementary, the being and unity of God, but he treats it with a learning and depth of thought which the presence of that celebrated city naturally suggested. And in like manner, while the most simple subjects are apposite in a university pulpit, they certainly would there require a treatment more exact than is necessary in merely popular exhortations. It is not asking much to demand for academical discourses a more careful study beforehand, a more accurate conception of the idea which they are to enforce, a more cautious use of words, a more anxious consultation of writers of authority, and somewhat more of philosophical and theological knowledge. But here again, as before, I would insist on the necessity of such compositions being unpretending. It is not necessary for a preacher to quote the Holy Fathers, or to show erudition, or to construct an original argument, or to be ambitious in style and profuse of ornament, on the ground that the audience is a university. It is only necessary so to keep the character and necessities of his hearers before him, as to avoid what may offend them, or mislead, or disappoint, or fail to profit. But here a distinct question opens upon us, on which I must say a few words in conclusion, viz., whether or not the preacher should preach without book. This is a delicate question to enter upon, considering that the Irish practice of preaching without book, which is in accordance with that of foreign countries, and, as it would appear, with the tradition of the Church from the first, is not universally adopted in England, nor, as I believe, in Scotland, and it might seem unreasonable or presumptuous to abridge a liberty at present granted to the preacher. I will simply set down what occurs to me to say on each side of the question. First of all, looking at the matter on the side of usage, I have always understood that it was a rule in Catholic countries, as I have just said, both in this and in former times, to preach without book, and if the rule be really so, it carries extreme weight with it. I do not speak as if I had consulted a library and made my ground sure, but at first sight it would appear impossible, even from the number of homilies and commentaries which are assigned to certain fathers, as to St. Augustine or to St. Chrysostom, that they could have delivered them from formally written compositions. On the other hand, St. Leo's sermons certainly are, in the strict sense of the word, compositions. Nay, passages of them are carefully dogmatic. Nay, further still, they have sometimes the character of a symbol, and in consequence are found repeated in other parts of his works. And again, though I do not profess to be well read in the works of St. Chrysostom, there is generally in such portions of them as are known to those of us who are in holy orders a peculiarity, an identity of style, which enables one to recognize the author at a glance, even in the Latin version of the breviary, and which would seem to be quite beyond the mere fidelity of reporters. It would seem, then, he must after all have written them, and if he did write at all, it is more likely that he wrote with the stimulus of preaching before him, than that he had time and inducement to correct and enlarge them afterwards from notes, for what is now called publication, which at that time could hardly be said to exist at all. To this consideration we must add the remarkable fact, which, though in classical history shows light upon our inquiry, that, not to produce other instances, the greater part of Cicero's powerful and brilliant orations against Verres were never delivered at all. Nor must it be forgotten that Cicero specifies memory in his enumeration of the distinct talents necessary for a great orator. And then we have in corroboration the French practice of writing sermons and learning them by heart. These remarks, as far as they go, lead us to lay great stress on the preparation of a sermon, as amounting in fact to composition, even in writing, and in extenso. Now consider St. Carlo's direction as quoted above. Id omnino studebit, ut quod in concione dicturus est, ante a bene cognitum habeat. Now a parish priest has neither time nor occasion for any but elementary and ordinary topics, and any such subject he has habitually made his own, cognitum habet, already. But when the matter is of a more select and occasional character, as in the case of a university sermon, then the preacher has to study it well and thoroughly, and master it beforehand. Study and meditation being imperative, can it be denied that one of the most effectual means by which we are able to ascertain our understanding of a subject, to bring out our thoughts upon it, to clear our meaning, to enlarge our views of its relation to other subjects, and to develop it generally, is to write down carefully all we have to say about it? People indeed differ in matters of this kind, but I think that writing is a stimulus to the mental faculties, to the logical talent, to originality, to the power of illustration, to the arrangement of topics, second to none. Till a man begins to put down his thoughts about a subject on paper, he will not ascertain what he knows and what he does not know, and still less will he be able to express what he does know. Such a formal preparation, of course, cannot be required of a parish priest, burdened as he may be with other duties, and preaching on elementary subjects, and supported by the systematic order and the suggestions of the catechism. But in occasional sermons the case is otherwise. In these it is both possible and generally necessary, and the fuller the sketch, and the more clear and continuous the thread of the discourse, the more the preacher will find himself at home when the time of delivery arrives. I have said generally necessary, for of course there will be exceptional cases in which such a mode of preparation does not answer, whether from some mistake in carrying it out, or from some special gift superseding it. To many preachers there will be another advantage besides. Such a practice will secure them against venturing upon really extempore matter. The more ardent a man is, and the greater power he has of affecting his hearers, so much the more will he need self-control and sustained recollection, and feel the advantage of committing himself, as it were, to the custody of his previous intentions, instead of yielding to any chance current of thought which rushes upon him in the midst of his preaching. His very gifts may need the counterpoise of more ordinary and homely accessories, such as the drudgery of composition. It must be borne in mind, too, that since a university sermon will commonly have more pains than ordinary bestowed on it, it will be considered in the number of those which the author would especially wish to preserve. Some record of it, then, will be natural, or even is involved in its composition, and while the least elaborate will be as much as a sketch or abstract, even the most minute, exact, and copious assemblage of notes will not be found too long hereafter, supposing, as time goes on, any reason occurs for wishing to commit it to the press. Here are various reasons which are likely to lead or to oblige a preacher to have recourse to his pen in preparation for his special office. A further reason might be suggested, which would be more intimate than any we have given, going indeed so far as to justify the introduction of a manuscript into the pulpit itself, if the case supposed fell for certain under the idea of a university sermon. It may be urged with great cogency that a process of argument or a logical analysis and investigation cannot at all be conducted with suitable accuracy of wording, completeness of statement, or succession of ideas, if the composition is to be prompted at the moment, and breathed out, as it were, from the intellect, together with the very words which are its vehicle. There are indeed a few persons in a generation, such as Pitt, who are able to converse like a book and to speak a pamphlet, but others must be content to write and to read their writing. This is true, but I have also found reason to question whether such delicate and complicated organizations of thought have a right to the name of sermons at all. In truth, a discourse which, from its fineness and precision of ideas, is too difficult for a preacher to deliver without such extraneous assistance, is too difficult for a hearer to follow, and if a book be imperative for teaching, it is imperative for learning. Both parties ought to read if they are to be on equal terms, and this remark furnishes me with a principle which has an application wider than the particular case which has suggested it. While, then, a preacher will find it becoming and advisable to put into writing any important discourse beforehand, he will find it equally a point of propriety and expedience not to read it in the pulpit. I am not, of course, denying his right to use a manuscript if he wishes, but he will do well to conceal it as far as he can, unless, which is the most effectual concealment, whatever be its counterbalancing disadvantages, he prefers, mainly not verbally, to get it by heart. To conceal it, indeed, in one way or another, will be his natural impulse. And this very circumstance seems to show us that to read a sermon needs an apology, for why should he commit it to memory or conceal his use of it unless he felt that it was more unnatural, more decorous, to do without it? And so again, if he employs a manuscript, the more he appears to dispense with it, the more he looks off from it and directly addresses his audience, the more will he be considered to preach. And on the other hand, the more will he be judged to come short of preaching, the more sedulous he is in following his manuscript line after line, and by the tone of his voice makes it clear that he has got it safely before him. What is this but a popular testimony to the fact that preaching is not reading, and reading is not preaching? There is, as I have said, a principle involved in this decision. It is a common answer made by the Protestant poor to their clergy or other superiors, when asked why they do not go to church, that they can read their book at home quite as well. It is quite true. They can read their book at home. And it is difficult what to rejoin, and it is a problem which has employed before now the more thoughtful of their communion to make out what is got by going to public service. The prayers are from a printed book, the sermon is from a manuscript. The printed prayers they have already, and as to the manuscript sermon, why should it be in any respects better than the volume of sermons which they have at home? Why should not an approved author be as good as one who has not yet submitted himself to criticism? And again, if it is to be read in the church, why may not one person read it quite as well as another? Good advice is good advice all the world over. There is something more, then, than composition in a sermon. There is something personal in preaching. People are drawn and moved, not simply by what is said, but by how it is said, and who says it. The same things said by one man are not the same thing as when said by another. The same things when read are not the same as when they are preached. In this respect, the preacher differs from the minister of the sacraments, that he comes to his hearers in some sense or other with antecedents. Clad in his sacerdotal vestments, he sinks what is individual in himself altogether, and is but the representative of him from whom he derives his commission. His words, his tones, his actions, his presence lose their personality. One bishop, one priest is like another. They all chant the same notes and observe the same genuflections, as they give one peace and one blessing, as they offer one and the same sacrifice. The Mass must not be said without a missal under the priest's eye, nor in any language but that in which it has come down to us from the early hierarchs of the Western Church. But when it is over, and the celebrant has resigned the vestments proper to it, he then resumes himself, and comes to us in the gifts and associations which attach to his person. He knows his sheep, and they know him, and it is this direct bearing of the teacher on the taught, of his mind upon their minds, and the mutual sympathy which exists between them, which is his strength and influence when he addresses them. They hang upon his lips, as they cannot hang upon the pages of his book. Definiteness is the life of preaching. A definite hearer, not the whole world. A definite topic, not the whole evangelical tradition. And in like manner, a definite speaker. Nothing that is anonymous will preach. Nothing that is dead and gone. Nothing even which is of yesterday, however religious in itself and useful. Thought and word are one in the eternal Logos, and must not be separate in those who are his shadows on earth. They must issue fresh and fresh, as from the preacher's mouth, so from his breast, if they are to be spirit and life to the hearts of his hearers. And what is true of a parish priest applies, mutatis mutandis, to a university preacher, who even more perhaps than the ordinary parochus comes to his audience with a name and a history, and excites a personal interest, and persuades by what he is, as well as by what he delivers. I am far from forgetting that everyone has his own talent, and that one has not what another has. Eloquence is a divine gift, which to a certain point supersedes rules, and is to be used like other gifts to the glory of the giver, and then only to be discountenanced when it forgets its place, when it throws into the shade and embarrasses the essential functions of the Christian preacher, and claims to be cultivated for its own sake, instead of being made subordinate and subservient to a higher work and to sacred objects. And how to make eloquence subservient to the evangelical office is not more difficult than how to use learning or intellect for a supernatural end, but it does not come into consideration here. In the case of particular preachers, circumstances may constantly arise which render the use of a manuscript the more advisable course. But I have been considering how the case stands in itself, and attempting to set down what is to be aimed at as best. If religious men once ascertain what is abstractedly desirable, and acquiesce in it with their hearts, they will be in the way to get over many difficulties which otherwise will be insurmountable. For myself, I think it no extravagance to say that a very inferior sermon delivered without book answers the purposes for which all sermons are delivered more perfectly than one of great merit if it be written and read. Of course, all men will not speak without book equally well, just as their voices are not equally clear and loud, or their manner equally impressive. Eloquence, I repeat, is a gift, but most men, unless they have passed the age for learning, may with practice attain such fluency in expressing their thoughts as will enable them to convey and manifest to their audience that earnestness and devotion to their object which is the life of preaching, which both covers in the preacher's own consciousness the sense of his own deficiencies, and makes up for them over and over again in the judgment of his hearers. End of University Subjects, Lecture 6. Recording by Andrew Nash, Abingdon, Oxfordshire, England. University Subjects, Lecture 7 of The Idea of a University by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 7, Christianity and Physical Science, a lecture in the School of Medicine. Now that we have just commenced our second academical year, it is natural, gentlemen, that as in November last, when we were entering upon our great undertaking, I offered to you some remarks suggested by the occasion, so now again I should not suffer the first weeks of the session to pass away without addressing to you a few words on one of those subjects which are at the moment especially interesting to us. And when I apply myself to think what topic I shall in consequence submit to your consideration, I seem to be directed what to select by the principle of selection which I followed on that former occasion to which I have been referring. Then we were opening the schools of philosophy and letters, as now we are opening those of medicine, and as I then attempted some brief investigation of the mutual bearings of revelation and literature, so at the present time I shall not, I trust, be unprofitably engaging your attention if I make one or two parallel reflections on the relations existing between revelation and physical science. This subject, indeed, viewed in its just dimensions, is far too large for an occasion such as this. Still, I may be able to select some one point out of the many others which it offers for discussion, and while elucidating it, to throw light even on others which at the moment I do not formally undertake. I propose, then, to discuss the antagonism which is popularly supposed to exist between physics and theology, and to show, first, that such antagonism does not really exist, and next, to account for the circumstance that so groundless an imagination should have got abroad. I think I am not mistaken in the fact that there exists, both in the educated and half-educated portions of the community, something of a surmise or misgiving that there really is at bottom a certain contrariety between the declarations of religion and the results of physical inquiry, a suspicion such that, while it encourages those persons who are not over-religious to anticipate a coming day when at length the difference will break out into open conflict, to the disadvantage of revelation, it leads religious minds, on the other hand, who have not had the opportunity of considering accurately the state of the case, to be jealous of the researches and prejudiced against the discoveries of science. The consequence is, on the one side, a certain contempt of theology, on the other, a disposition to undervalue, to deny, to ridicule, to discourage, and almost to denounce the labours of the physiological, astronomical, or geological investigator. I do not suppose that any of those gentlemen who are now honouring me with their presence are exposed to the temptation either of the religious or of the scientific prejudice, but that is no reason why some notice of it may not have its use even in this place. It may lead us to consider the subject more carefully and exactly. It may assist us in attaining clearer ideas than before how physics and theology stand relatively to each other. Let us begin with a first approximation to the real state of the case, or a broad view, which, though it may require corrections, will serve at once to illustrate and to start the subject. We may divide knowledge, then, into natural and supernatural. Some knowledge, of course, is both at once. For the moment, let us put this circumstance aside, and view these two fields of knowledge in themselves, and as distinct from each other in idea. By nature is meant, I suppose, that vast system of things taken as a whole, of which we are cognizant by means of our natural powers. By the supernatural world is meant that still more marvellous and awful universe, of which the Creator himself is the fullness, and which becomes known to us not through our natural faculties, but by superadded and direct communication from him. These two great circles of knowledge, as I have said, intersect. First, as far as supernatural knowledge includes truths and facts of the natural world, and secondly, as far as truths and facts of the natural world are, on the other hand, data for inferences about the supernatural. Still, allowing this interference to the full, it will be found on the whole that the two worlds and the two kinds of knowledge, respectively, are separated off from each other, and that therefore, as being separate, they cannot on the whole contradict each other. That is, in other words, a person who has the fullest knowledge of one of these worlds may be nevertheless, on the whole, as ignorant as the rest of mankind, as unequal to form a judgment of the facts and truths of the other. He who knows all that can possibly be known about physics, about politics, about geography, ethnology, and ethics, will have made no approximation whatever to decide the question whether or not there are angels and how many are their orders. And on the other hand, the most learned of dogmatic and mystical divines, St. Augustine, St. Thomas, will not on that score know more than a peasant about the laws of motion or the wealth of nations. I do not mean that there may not be speculations and guesses on this side and that, but I speak of any conclusion which merits to be called, I will not say knowledge, but even opinion. If then theology be the philosophy of the supernatural world, and science the philosophy of the natural, theology and science, whether in their respective ideas or again in their own actual fields, on the whole are incommunicable, incapable of collision, and needing at most to be connected, never to be reconciled. Now, this broad general view of our subject is found to be so far true in fact, in spite of such deductions from it that have to be made in detail, that the recent French editors of one of the works of St. Thomas are able to give it as one of their reasons why that great theologian made an alliance not with Plato, but with Aristotle, because Aristotle, they say, unlike Plato, confined himself to human science, and therefore was secured from coming into collision with divine. Not without reason, they say, did St. Thomas acknowledge Aristotle as if the master of human philosophy, for inasmuch as Aristotle was not a theologian, he had only treated of logical, physical, psychological, and metaphysical theses, to the exclusion of those which are concerned about the supernatural relations of man to God, that is, religion, which, on the other hand, had been the source of the worst errors of other philosophers, and especially of Plato. But if there be so substantial a truth even in this very broad statement concerning the independence of the fields of theology and general science severally, and the consequent impossibility of collision between them, how much more true is that statement from the very nature of the case when we contrast theology not with science generally, but definitely with physics. In physics is comprised that family of sciences which is concerned with the sensible world, with the phenomena which we see, hear, and handle, or, in other words, with matter. It is the philosophy of matter. Its basis of operations, what it starts from, what it falls back upon, is the phenomena which meet the senses. Those phenomena it ascertains, catalogues, compares, combines, arranges, and then uses for determining something beyond themselves, viz., the order to which they are subservient, or what we commonly call the laws of nature. It never travels beyond the examination of cause and effect. Its object is to resolve the complexity of phenomena into simple elements and principles. But when it has reached those first elements, principles, and laws, its mission is at an end. It keeps within that material system with which it began, and never ventures beyond the flamantia mania mundi. It may indeed, if it chooses, feel a doubt of the completeness of its analysis hitherto, and for that reason endeavour to arrive at more simple laws and fewer principles. It may be dissatisfied with its own combinations, hypotheses, systems, and leave Ptolemy for Newton, the alchemists for Lavoisier and Davy. That is, it may decide that it has not yet touched the bottom of its own subject. But still its aim will be to get to the bottom and nothing more. With matter it began, with matter it will end. It will never trespass into the province of mind. The Hindu notion is said to be that the earth stands upon a tortoise, but the physicist as such will never ask himself by what influence external to the universe is sustained, simply because he is a physicist. If indeed he be a religious man, he will of course have a very definite view of the subject. But that view of his is private, not professional, the view not of a physicist, but of a religious man. And this, not because physical science says anything different, but simply because it says nothing at all on the subject, nor can do so by the very undertaking with which it set out. The question is simply extra artem. The physical philosopher has nothing whatever to do with final causes, and will get into inextricable confusion if he introduces them into his investigations. He has to look in one definite direction, not in any other. It is said that in some countries, when a stranger asks the way, he is at once questioned in turn what place he came from.
Something like this would be the unseasonableness of a physicist who inquired how the phenomena and laws of the material world primarily came to be, when his simple task is that of ascertaining what they are. Within the limits of those phenomena he may speculate and prove. He may trace the operation of the laws of matter through periods of time. He may penetrate into the past and anticipate the future. He may recount the changes which they have effected upon matter, and the rise, growth, and decay of phenomena. And so, in a certain sense, he may write the history of the material world so far as he can. Still, he will always advance from phenomena, and conclude upon the internal evidence which they supply. He will not come near the questions, what that ultimate element is, which we call matter, how it came to be, whether it can cease to be, whether it ever was not, whether it will ever come to naught, in what its laws really consist, whether they can cease to be, whether they can be suspended, what causation is, what time is, what the relations of time to cause and effect, and 100 other questions of a similar character. Such is physical science, and theology, as is obvious, is just what such science is not. Theology begins, as its name denotes, not with any sensible facts, phenomena, or results, not with nature at all, but with the author of nature, with the one invisible, unapproachable cause and source of all things. It begins at the other end of knowledge, and is occupied not with the finite, but the infinite. It unfolds and systematizes what he himself has told us of himself, of his nature, his attributes, his will, and his acts. As far as it approaches towards physics, it takes just the counterpart of the questions which occupy the physical philosopher. He contemplates facts before him. The theologian gives the reasons of those facts. The physicist treats of efficient causes, the theologian of final. The physicist tells us of laws, the theologian of the author, maintainer, and controller of them, of their scope, of their suspension, if so be, of their beginning and their end. This is how the two schools stand related to each other, at that point where they approach the nearest, but for the most part they are absolutely divergent. What physical science is engaged in I have already said. As to theology, it contemplates the world not of matter, but of mind, the supreme intelligence, souls and their destiny, conscience and duty, the past, present, and future dealings of the Creator with the creature. So far, then, as these remarks have gone, theology and physics cannot touch each other, have no intercommunion, have no ground of difference or agreement, of jealousy or of sympathy. As well may musical truths be said to interfere with the doctrines of architectural science. As well may there be a collision between the mechanist and the geologist, the engineer and the grammarian. As well might the British Parliament or the French nation be jealous of some possible belligerent power upon the surface of the moon, as physics pick a quarrel with theology. And it may be well, before I proceed to fill up in detail this outline, and to explain what has to be explained in this statement, to corroborate it, as it stands, by the remarkable words upon the subject of a writer of the day. We often hear it said, he observes, writing as a Protestant, and here let me assure you, gentlemen, that though his words have a controversial tone with them, I do not quote them in that aspect, or as wishing here to urge any things against Protestants, but merely in pursuance of my own point, that revelation of physical science cannot really come into collision. We often hear it said that the world is constantly becoming more and more enlightened, and this enlightenment must be favourable to Protestantism and unfavourable to Catholicism. We wish that we could think so, but we see great reason to doubt whether this is a well-founded expectation. We see that during the last 250 years, the human mind has been in the highest degree active, that it has made great advances in every branch of natural philosophy, that it has produced innumerable inventions tending to promote the convenience of life, that medicine, surgery, chemistry, engineering have been very greatly improved, that government, police, and law have been improved, though not to so great an extent as the physical sciences. Yet we see that during these 250 years, Protestantism has made no conquests worth speaking of. Nay, we believe that, as far as there has been change, that change has, on the whole, been in favour of the Church of Rome. We cannot therefore feel confident that the progress of knowledge will necessarily be fatal to a system which has, to say the least, stood its ground in spite of the immense progress made by the human race in knowledge since the days of Queen Elizabeth. Indeed, the argument which we are considering seems to us to be founded on an entire mistake. There are branches of knowledge with respect to which the law of the human mind is progress. In mathematics, when once a proposition has been demonstrated, it is never afterwards contested. Every fresh story is as solid a basis for a new superstructure as the original foundation was. Here, therefore, there is a constant addition to the stock of truth. In the inductive sciences, again, the law is progress. But with theology, the case is very different. As respects natural religion, revelation being for the present altogether left out of the question, it is not easy to see that a philosopher of the present day is more favourably situated than Thales or Simonides. He has before him just the same evidences of design in the structure of the universe which the early Greeks had. As to the other great question, the question what becomes of man after death, we do not see that a highly educated European, left to his unassisted reason, is more likely to be in the right than a Blackfoot Indian. Not a single one of the many sciences in which we surpass the Blackfoot Indians throws the smallest light on the state of the soul after animal life is extinct. Natural theology, then, is not a progressive science. That knowledge of our origin and of our destiny which we derive from revelation is indeed of very different clearness and of very different importance. But neither is revealed religion of the nature of a progressive science. In divinity, there cannot be a progress analogous to that which is constantly taking place in pharmacy, geology, and navigation. A Christian of the 5th century with the Bible is neither better nor worse situated than a Christian of the 19th century with the Bible, candour and natural acuteness being, of course, supposed equal. It matters not at all that the compass, printing, gunpowder, steam, gas, vaccination, and 1,000 other discoveries and inventions, which were unknown in the 5th century, are familiar to the 19th. None of these discoveries and inventions has the smallest bearing on the question whether man is justified by faith alone, or whether the invocation of saints is an orthodox practice. We are confident that the world will never go back to the solar system of Ptolemy, nor is our confidence in the least shaken by the circumstance that so great a man as Bacon rejected the theory of Galileo with scorn, for Bacon had not all the means of arriving at a sound conclusion. But when we reflect that Sir Thomas More was ready to die for the doctrine of transubstantiation, we cannot but feel some doubt whether the doctrine of transubstantiation may not triumph over all opposition. More was a man of eminent talents. He had all the information on the subject that we have, or that, while the world lasts, any human being will have. No progress that science has made or will make can add to what seems to us the overwhelming force of the argument against the real presence. We are therefore unable to understand why what Sir Thomas More believed respecting transubstantiation may not be believed to the end of time by men equal in abilities and honesty to Sir Thomas More. But Sir Thomas More is one of the choice specimens of human wisdom and virtue, and the doctrine of transubstantiation is a kind of proof charge. The faith which stands that test will stand any test. The history of Catholicism strikingly illustrates these observations. During the last 7 centuries, the public mind of Europe has made constant progress in every department of secular knowledge, but in religion we can trace no constant progress. 4 times since the authority of the Church of Rome was established in Western Christendom has the human intellect risen up against her yoke. Twice that Church remained completely victorious. Twice she came forth from the conflict bearing the marks of cruel wounds, but with the principle of life still strong within her. When we reflect on the tremendous assaults she has survived, we find it difficult to conceive in what way she is to perish. You see, gentlemen, if you trust the judgment of a sagacious mind, deeply read in history, Catholic theology has nothing to fear from the progress of physical science, even independently of the divinity of its doctrines. It speaks of things supernatural, and these, by the very force of the words, research into nature cannot touch. It is true that the author in question, while saying all this, and much more to the same purpose, also makes mention of one exception to his general statement, though he mentions it in order to put it aside. I too have to notice the same exception here, and you will see at once, gentlemen, as soon as it is named, how little it interferes really with the broad view which I have been drawing out. It is true, then, that revelation has in one or two instances advanced beyond its chosen territory, which is the invisible world, in order to throw light upon the history of the material universe. Holy Scripture, it is perfectly true, does declare a few momentous facts, so few that they may be counted of a physical character. It speaks of a formation out of chaos which occupied 6 days. It speaks of the firmament, of the sun and moon being created for the sake of the earth being immovable, of a great deluge, and of several other similar facts and events. It is true. Nor is there any reason why we should anticipate any difficulty in accepting these statements as they stand, whenever their meaning and drift are authoritatively determined. For it must be recollected their meaning has not yet engaged the formal attention of the Church, or received any interpretation which, as Catholics, we are bound to accept, and in the absence of such definite interpretation, there is perhaps some presumption in saying that it means this, and does not mean that. And this being the case, it is not at all probable that any discoveries should ever be made by physical inquiries, incompatible at the same time with one and all of those senses which the letter admits, and which are still open. As to certain popular interpretations of the texts in question, I shall have something to say of them presently. Here I am only concerned with the letter of the Holy Scriptures itself, as far as it bears upon the history of the heavens and the earth. And I say that we may wait in peace and tranquillity till there is some real collision between Scripture authoritatively interpreted and the results of science clearly ascertained, before we consider how we are to deal with the difficulty which we have reasonable grounds for thinking will never really occur. And, after noticing this exception, I really have made the utmost admission that has to be made about the existence of any common ground upon which theology and physical science may fight a battle. On the whole, the two studies do most surely occupy distinct fields, in which each may teach without expecting any interposition from the other. It might indeed have pleased the Almighty to have superseded physical inquiry by revealing the truths which are its object, though he has not done so. But whether it had pleased him to do so or not, anyhow, theology and physics would be distinct sciences, and nothing which the one says of the material world can ever contradict what the other says of the immaterial. Here, then, is the end of the question, and here I might come to an end also, were it not incumbent on me to explain how it is that, though theology and physics cannot quarrel, nevertheless physical philosophers and theologians have quarrelled in fact, and quarrel still. To the solution of this difficulty I shall devote the remainder of my lecture. I observe, then, that the elementary methods of reasoning and inquiring used in theology and physics are contrary the one to the other. Each of them has a method of its own, and in this, I think, has lain the point of controversy between the two schools, viz., that neither of them has been quite content to remain on its own homestead, but that, whereas each has its own method, which is the best for its own science, each has considered it the best for all purposes whatever, and has at different times thought to impose it upon the other science, to the disparagement or rejection of that opposite method which legitimately belongs to it. The argumentative method of theology is that of a strict science, such as geometry, or deductive. The method of physics, at least on starting, is that of an empirical pursuit, or inductive. This peculiarity on either side arises from the nature of the case. In physics, a vast and omnigenous mass of information lies before the inquirer, all in a confused litter, and needing arrangement and analysis. In theology, such varied phenomena are wanting, and revelation presents itself instead. What is known in Christianity is just that which is revealed, and nothing more. Certain truths, communicated directly from above, are committed to the keeping of the faithful, and to the very last, nothing can really be added to those truths. From the time of the apostles to the end of the world, no strictly new truth can be added to the theological information which the apostles were inspired to deliver. It is possible, of course, to make numberless deductions from the original doctrines, but as the conclusion is ever in its premises, such deductions are not, strictly speaking, an addition. And though experience may variously guide and modify those deductions, still, on the whole, theology retains the severe character of a science advancing syllogistically from premises to conclusion. The method of physics is just the reverse of this. It has hardly any principles or truths to start with, externally delivered and already ascertained. It has to commence with sight and touch. It has to handle, weigh, and measure its own exuberant silver of phenomena, and from these to advance to new truths. Truths, that is, which are beyond and distinct from the phenomena from which they originate. Thus, physical science is experimental, theology traditional. Physical science is the richer, theology the more exact. Physics the bolder, theology the surer. Physics progressive, theology in comparison stationary. Theology is loyal to the past. Physics has visions of the future. Such they are, I repeat, and such their respective methods of inquiry from the nature of the case. But minds habituated to either of these two methods can hardly help extending it beyond its due limits, unless they are put upon their guard and have great command of themselves. It cannot be denied that divines have from time to time been much inclined to give a traditional, logical shape to sciences which do not admit of any such treatment. Nor can it be denied, on the other hand, that men of science often show a special irritation at theologians for going by antiquity, precedent, authority, and logic, and for declining to introduce Bacon or Niebuhr into their own school, or to apply some new experimental and critical process from the improvement of that which has been given once for all from above. Hence the mutual jealousy of the two parties, and I shall now attempt to give instances of it. First, then, let me refer to those interpretations of Scripture, popular and of long standing, though not authoritative, to which I have already had occasion to allude. Scripture, we know, is to be interpreted according to the unanimous consent of the Fathers. But besides this consent, which is of authority, carrying with it the evidence of its truth, there have ever been in Christendom a number of floating opinions, more or less appended to the divine tradition. Opinions which have a certain probability of being more than human, or of having a basis of admixture of truth, but which admit of no test, whence they came, or how far they are true, besides the course of events, and which, meanwhile, are to be received at least with attention and deference. Sometimes they are comments on Scripture prophecy, sometimes on other obscurities or mysteries. It was once an opinion, for instance, drawn from the sacred text, that the Christian dispensation was to last 1,000 years and no more. The event disproved it. A still more exact and plausible tradition, derived from Scripture, was that which asserted that when the Roman Empire should fall to pieces, Antichrist should appear, who should be followed at once by the second coming. Various fathers thus interpret St. Paul, and Bellarmine receives the interpretation as late as the 16th century. The event alone can decide if, under any aspect of Christian history, it is true. But at present we are at least able to say that it is not true in that broad, plain sense in which it was once received. Passing from comments on prophetical passages of Scripture to those on cosmological, it was, I suppose, the common belief of ages, sustained by received interpretations of the sacred text, that the earth was immovable. Hence, I suppose it was that the Irish bishop who asserted the existence of the Antipodes alarmed his contemporaries, though it is well to observe that, even in the dark age in which he lived, the Holy See to which reference was made did not commit itself to any condemnation of the unusual opinion. The same alarm again occupied the public mind when the Copernican system was first advocated. nor were the received traditions, which were the ground of that alarm, hastily to be rejected. Yet rejected they ultimately have been. If in any quarter these human traditions were enforced, and as it were enacted, to the prejudice and detriment of scientific investigations, and this was never done by the Church herself, this was a case of undue interference on the part of the theological schools in the province of physics. So much may be said as regards the interpretation of Scripture. But it is easy to see that other received opinions, not resting on the sacred volume, might with less claim and greater inconvenience be put forward to harass the physical inquirer, to challenge his submission, and to preclude that process of examination which is proper to his own peculiar pursuit. Such are the dictatorial formulae against which Bacon inveighs, and the effect of which was to change physics into a deductive science, and to oblige the student to assume implicitly, as first principles, enunciations and maxims which were venerable only because no one could tell whence they came, and authoritative only because no one could say what arguments there were in their favour. In proportion as these encroachments were made upon his own field of inquiry would be the indignation of the physical philosopher, and he would exercise a scepticism which relieved his feelings while it approved itself to his reason, if he was called on ever to keep in mind that light bodies went up and heavy bodies fell down, and other similar maxims, which had no pretensions to a divine origin, or to be considered self-evident principles or intuitive truths. And in like manner, if a philosopher with a true genius for physical research found the physical schools of his day occupied with the discussion of final causes, and solving difficulties in material nature by means of them, if he found it decided, for instance, that the roots of trees make for the river because they need moisture, or that the axis of the earth lies at a certain angle to the plane of its motion by reason of certain advantages thence accruing to its inhabitants, I should not wonder at his exerting himself for a great reform in the process of inquiry, preaching the method of induction, and if he fancied that theologians were indirectly, or in any respect, the occasion of the blunder, getting provoked for a time, however unreasonably, with theology itself. I wish the experimental school of philosophers had gone no further in its opposition to theology than indulging in some indignation at it for the fault of its disciples. But it must be confessed that it has run into excesses on its own side, for which the school of high deductive science has afforded no precedent, and that, if it once for a time suffered from the tyranny of the logical method of inquiry, it has encouraged, by way of reprisals, encroachments and usurpations on the province of theology far more serious than that unintentional and long obsolete interference with its own province, on the part of theologians, which has been its excuse. And to these unjustifiable and mischievous intrusions made by the experimentalists into the department of theology, I have now, gentlemen, to call your attention. You will let me repeat, then, what I have already said, that taking things as they are, the very idea of revelation is that of a direct interference from above, for the introduction of truths otherwise unknown. Moreover, as such a communication implies recipients, an authoritative depository of the things revealed will be found practically to be involved in that idea. Knowledge, then, of these revealed truths is gained not by any research into facts, but simply by appealing to the authoritative keepers of them, as every Catholic knows, by learning what is a matter of teaching, and by dwelling upon and drawing out into detail the doctrines which are delivered, according to the text, "Faith cometh by hearing." I do not prove what, after all, does not need proof, because I speak to Catholics. I am stating what we Catholics know, and ever will maintain to be the method proper to theology, as it has ever been recognized. Such, I say, is the theological method, deductive. However, the history of the last 3 centuries is only one long course of attempts on the part of the partisans of the Baconian philosophy to get rid of the method proper to theology and to make it an experimental science. But, I say, for an experimental science, we must have a large collection of phenomena or facts. Where, then, are those which are to be adopted as a basis for an inductive theology? 3 principal stores have been used, gentlemen. The first, the text of Holy Scripture. The second, the events and transactions of ecclesiastical history. The third, the phenomena of the visible world. This triple subject matter, Scripture, Antiquity, Nature, has been taken as a foundation on which the inductive method may be exercised for the investigation and ascertainment of that theological truth which, to a Catholic, is a matter of teaching, transmission, and deduction. Now let us pause for a moment and make a reflection before going into any detail. Truth cannot be contrary to truth. If these three subject matters were able, under the pressure of the inductive method, to yield respectively theological conclusions in unison and in concord with each other, and also contrary to the doctrines of theology as a deductive science, then that theology would not indeed at once be overthrown, for still the question would remain for discussion which of the two doctrinal systems was the truth, and which the apparent truth, but certainly the received deductive theological science would be in an anxious position, and would be on its trial. Again, truth cannot be contrary to truth. If then, on the other hand, these three subject matters, Scripture, Antiquity, and Nature, worked through 3 centuries by men of great abilities, with the method or instrument of Bacon in their hands, have respectively issued in conclusions contradictory of each other, nay, have even issued this or that taken by itself, Scripture or Antiquity, in various systems of doctrine, so that on the whole, instead of all three resulting in one set of conclusions, they have yielded a good score of them. Then, and in that case, it does not at once follow that no one of this score of conclusions may happen to be the true one, and all the rest false. But at least such a catastrophe will throw a very grave shade of doubt upon them all, and bears out the antecedent declaration, or rather prophecy of theologians before these experimentalists started, that it was nothing more than a huge mistake to introduce the method of research and of induction into the study of theology at all. Now I think you will allow me to say, gentlemen, as a matter of historical fact, that the latter supposition has been actually fulfilled, and that the former has not. I mean that, so far from a scientific proof of some one system of doctrine, and that antagonistic to the old theology, having been constructed by the experimental party by a triple convergence from the several bases of Scripture, Antiquity, and Nature, on the contrary, that empirical method, which has done such wonderful things in physics and other human sciences, has sustained a most emphatic and eloquent reversal in its usurped territory, has come to no one conclusion, has illuminated no definite view, has brought its glasses to no focus, has shown not even a tendency towards prospective success, nay, further still, has already confessed its own absolute failure, and has closed the inquiry itself, not indeed by giving place to the legitimate method which it dispossessed, but by announcing that nothing can be known on the subject at all, that religion is not a science, and that in religion scepticism is the only true philosophy. Or again, by a still more remarkable avowal, that the decision lies between the old theology and none at all, and that, certain though it be that religious truth is nowhere, yet that, if anywhere it is, it undoubtedly is not in the new empirical schools, but in that old teaching, founded on the deductive method, which was in honour and in possession at the time when experiment and induction commenced their brilliant career. What a singular breakdown of a noble instrument when used for the arrogant and tyrannical invasion of a sacred territory! What can be more sacred than theology? What can be more noble than the Baconian method? But the two do not correspond. They are mismatched. The age has mistaken lock and key. It has broken the key in a lock which does not belong to it. It has ruined the wards of a key which never will fit into them. Let us hope that its present disgust and despair at the result are the preliminaries of a generous and great repentance. I have thought, gentlemen, that you would allow me to draw this moral in the first place, and now I will say a few words on one specimen of this error in detail. It seems then that instead of having recourse to the tradition and teaching of the Catholic Church, it has been the philosophy of the modern school to attempt to determine the doctrines of theology by means of Holy Scripture, or of ecclesiastical antiquity, or of physical phenomena.
And the question may arise, why, after all, should not such informations, scriptural, historical, or physical, be used? And if used, why should they not lead to true results? Various answers may be given to this question. I shall confine myself to one, and again, for the sake of brevity, I shall apply it mainly to one out of the three expedients to which the opponents of theology have had recourse. Passing over then what might be said respecting what is called scriptural religion and historical religion, I propose to direct your attention in conclusion to the real character of physical religion, or natural theology, as being more closely connected with the main subject of this lecture. The school of physics, from its very drift and method of reasoning, has, as I have said, nothing to do with religion. However, there is a science which avails itself of the phenomena and laws of the material universe as exhibited by that school as a means of establishing the existence of design in their construction, and thereby the fact of a creator and preserver. This science has in these modern times, at least in England, taken the name of natural theology. I use the word not in the sense of naturalis theologia, but in the sense in which Paley uses it in the work which he has so entitled. And though absolutely distinct from physics, yet physical philosophers, having furnished its most curious and interesting data, are apt to claim it as their own, and to pride themselves upon it accordingly. I have no wish to speak lightly of the merits of this so-called natural, or more properly physical, theology. There are a great many minds so constituted that, when they turn their thoughts to the question of the existence of a supreme being, they feel a comfort in resting the proof mainly or solely on the argument of design which the universe furnishes. To them, this science of physical theology is of high importance. Again, this science exhibits in great prominence and distinctness three of the more elementary notions which the human reason attaches to the idea of a supreme being, that is, three of his simplest attributes: power, wisdom, and goodness. These are great services rendered to faith by physical theology, and I acknowledge them as such. Whether, however, faith on that account owes any great deal to physics or physicists is another matter. The argument from design is really in no sense due to the philosophy of Bacon. The author I quoted just now has a striking passage on this point, of which I have already read to you a part. As respects natural religion, he says, it is not easy to see that the philosopher of the present day is more favourably situated than Thales or Simonides. He has before him just the same evidences of design in the structure of the universe which the early Greeks had. We say just the same, for the discoveries of modern astronomers and anatomists have really added nothing to the force of that argument which a reflecting mind finds in every beast, bird, insect, fish, leaf, flower, and shell. The reasoning by which Socrates, in Xenophon's hearing, confuted the little atheist Aristodemus is exactly the reasoning of Paley's natural theology. Socrates makes precisely the same use of the statues of Polycletus and the pictures of Zeuxis which Paley makes of the watch. Physical theology, then, is pretty much what it was 2,000 years ago, and has not received much help from modern science. But now, on the contrary, I think it has received from it a positive disadvantage. I mean that it has been taken out of its place, has been put too prominently forward, and thereby has almost been used as an instrument against Christianity, as I will attempt in a few words to explain. I observe, then, that there are many investigations in every subject matter which only lead us a certain way towards truth, and not the whole way, either leading us, for instance, to a strong probability, not to a certainty, or again, proving only some things out of the whole number which are true. And it is plain that if such investigations as these are taken as the measure of the whole truth, and are erected into substantive sciences, instead of being understood to be what they really are, inchoate and subordinate processes, they will, accidentally indeed, but seriously mislead us. Let us recur for a moment in illustration to the instances which I have put aside. Consider what is called scriptural religion, or the religion of the Bible. The fault which the theologian,
over and above the question of private judgment, will find with the religion logically drawn from Scripture only, is not that it is not true as far as it goes, but that it is not the whole truth, that it consists of only some out of the whole circle of theological doctrines, and that, even in the case of those which it includes, it does not always invest them with certainty, but only with probability. If indeed the religion of the Bible is made subservient to theology, it is but a specimen of useful induction. But if it is set up as something complete in itself against theology, it is turned into a mischievous paralogism. And if a paralogism has taken place, and that in consequence of the influence of the Baconian philosophy, it shows us what comes of the intrusion of that philosophy into a province with which it had no concern. And so again as to historical religion, or what is often called antiquity. A research into the records of the early church no Catholic can view with jealousy. Truth cannot be contrary to truth. We are confident that what is there found will, when maturely weighed, be nothing else than an illustration and confirmation of our own theology. But it is another thing altogether whether the results will go to the full lengths of our theology. They will indeed concur with it, but only as far as they go. There is no reason why the data for investigation supplied by the extant documents of antiquity should be sufficient for all that was included in the divine revelation delivered by the apostles. And to expect that they will is like expecting that one witness in a trial is to prove the whole case, and that his testimony actually contradicts it, unless it does. While then this research into ecclesiastical history and the writings of the fathers keeps its proper place as subordinate to the magisterial sovereignty of the theological tradition and the voice of the Church, it deserves the acknowledgments of theologians. But when it, so to say, sets up for itself, when it professes to fulfill an office for which it was never intended, when it claims to issue in a true and full teaching derived by a scientific process of induction, then it is but another instance of the encroachment of the Baconian empirical method in a department not its own. And now we come to the case of physical theology, which is directly before us. I confess, in spite of whatever may be said in its favour, I have ever viewed it with the greatest suspicion. As one class of thinkers has substituted what is called a scriptural religion, and another a patristical or primitive religion, for the theological teaching of Catholicism, so a physical religion or theology is the very gospel of many persons of the physical school, and therefore, true as it may be in itself, still, under the circumstances, is a false gospel. Half of the truth is a falsehood. Consider, gentlemen, what this so-called theology teaches, and then say whether what I have asserted is extravagant. Any one divine attribute, of course, virtually includes all. Still, if a preacher always insisted on the divine justice, he would practically be obscuring the divine mercy. And if he insisted only on the incommunicableness and distance from the creature of the uncreated essence, he would tend to throw into the shade the doctrine of a particular providence. Observe then, gentlemen, that physical theology teaches 3 divine attributes, I may say exclusively, and of these, most of power and least of goodness. And in the next place, what, on the contrary, are those special attributes which are the immediate correlatives of religious sentiment? Sanctity, omniscience, justice, mercy, faithfulness. What does physical theology, what does the argument from design, what do fine disquisitions about final causes teach us, except very indirectly, faintly, enigmatically, of these transcendently important, these essential portions of the idea of religion? Religion is more than theology. It is something relative to us, and it includes our relation towards the object of it. What does physical theology tell us of duty and conscience, of a particular providence? And coming at length to Christianity, what does it teach us even of the 4 last things, death, judgment, heaven, and hell, the mere elements of Christianity? It cannot tell us anything of Christianity at all. Gentlemen, let me press this point upon your earnest attention. I say physical theology cannot, from the nature of the case, tell us one word about Christianity proper. It cannot be Christian in any true sense at all, and from this plain reason, because it is derived from informations which existed just as they are now before man was created and Adam fell. How can that be a real substantive theology, though it takes the name, which is but an abstraction, a particular aspect of the whole truth, and is dumb almost as regards the moral attributes of the Creator, and utterly so as regards the evangelical? Nay, more than this, I do not hesitate to say that, taking men as they are, this so-called science tends, if it occupies the mind, to dispose it against Christianity, and for this plain reason, because it speaks only of laws, and cannot contemplate their suspension, that is, miracles, which are of the essence of the idea of a revelation. Thus the God of physical theology may very easily become a mere idol, for he comes to the inductive mind in the medium of fixed appointments, so excellent, so skilful, so beneficent, that when it has for a long time gazed upon them, it will think them too beautiful to be broken, and will at length so contradict its notion of him as to conclude that he never could have the heart, if I may dare use the term, to undo or mar his own work. And this conclusion will be the first step towards its degrading its idea of God a second time, and identifying him with his works. Indeed, a being of power and wisdom and goodness, and nothing else, is not very different from the God of the pantheist. In thus speaking of the theology of the modern physical school, I have said but a few words on a large subject. Yet though few words, I trust they are clear enough not to hazard the risk of being taken in a sense which I do not intend. Graft the science, if it is so to be called, on theology proper, and it will be in its right place, and will be a religious science. Then it will illustrate the awful, incomprehensible, adorable fertility of the divine omnipotence. It will serve to prove the real miraculousness of the revelation in its various parts, by impressing on the mind vividly what are the laws of nature, and how immutable they are in their own order, and it will in other ways subserve theological truth. Separate it from the supernatural teaching, and make it stand on its own base, and, though of course it is better for the individual philosopher himself, yet, as regards his influence on the world and the interests of religion, I really doubt whether I should not prefer that he should be an atheist at once, than such a naturalistic, pantheistic religionist. His profession of theology deceives others, perhaps deceives himself. Do not for an instant suppose, gentlemen, that I would identify the great mind of Bacon with so serious a delusion. He has expressly warned us against it, but I cannot deny that many of his school have from time to time in this way turned physical research against Christianity. But I have detained you far longer than I had intended, and now I can only thank you for the patience which has enabled you to sustain a discussion which cannot be complete, upon a subject which, however momentous, cannot be popular. End of University Subjects Lecture 7. Recording by Andrew Nash, Abingdon, Oxfordshire, England.
University Subjects Lecture 8 of The Idea of a University by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 8, Christianity and Scientific Investigation, a lecture written for the School of Science. This is a time, gentlemen, when not only the classics, but much more the sciences, in the largest sense of the word, are looked upon with anxiety, not altogether ungrounded, by religious men. And whereas a university such as ours professes to embrace all departments and exercises of the intellect, and since I for my part wish to stand on good terms with all kinds of knowledge, and have no intention of quarrelling with any, and would open my heart, if not my intellect, for that is beyond me, to the whole circle of truth, and would tender at least a recognition and hospitality even to those studies which are strangers to me, and would speed them on their way. Therefore, as I have already been making overtures of reconciliation, first between polite literature and religion, and next between physics and theology, So I would now say a word by way of deprecating and protesting against the needless antagonism which sometimes exists in fact between divines and the cultivators of the sciences generally. Here I am led at once to expatiate on the grandeur of an institution which is comprehensive enough to admit the discussion of a subject such as this. Among the objects of human enterprise, I may say it surely without extravagance, gentlemen, none higher or nobler can be named than that which is contemplated in the erection of a university. To set on foot and to maintain in life and vigour a real university is confessedly, as soon as the word university is understood, one of those greatest works, great in their difficulty and their importance, on which are deservedly expended the rarest intellects and the most varied endowments. For, first of all, it professes to teach whatever has to be taught in any whatever department of human knowledge, and it embraces in its scope the loftiest subjects of human thought, and the richest fields of human inquiry. Nothing is too vast, nothing too subtle, nothing too distant, nothing too minute, nothing too discursive, nothing too exact to engage its attention. This, however, is not the reason why I claim for it so sovereign a position. For to bring schools of all knowledge under one name and call them a university may be fairly said to be a mere generalization, and to proclaim that the prosecution of all kinds of knowledge to their utmost limits demands the fullest reach and range of our intellectual faculties is but a truism. My reason for speaking of a university in the terms on which I have ventured is, not that it occupies the whole territory of knowledge merely, but that it is the very realm, that it professes much more than to take in and to lodge, as in a caravanserai, all art and science, all history and philosophy. In truth, it professes to assign to each study which it receives its own proper place and its just boundaries, to define the rights, to establish the mutual relations, and to effect the intercommunion of one and all, to keep in check the ambitious and encroaching, and to succour and maintain those which from time to time are succumbing under the more popular or the more fortunately circumstanced, to keep the peace between them all, and to convert their mutual differences and contrarieties into the common good. This, gentlemen, is why I say that to erect a university is at once so arduous and beneficial an undertaking, viz., because it is pledged to admit without fear, without prejudice, without compromise, all comers, if they come in the name of truth, to adjust views and experiences and habits of mind the most independent and dissimilar, and to give full play to thought and erudition in their most original forms, and their most intense expressions, and in their most ample circuit. Thus to draw many things into one is its special function, and it learns to do it not by rules reducible to writing, but by sagacity, wisdom, and forbearance, acting upon a profound insight into the subject matter of knowledge, and by a vigilant repression of aggression or bigotry in any quarter. We count it a great thing, and justly so, to plan and carry out a wide political organization, to bring under one yoke, after the manner of old Rome, 100 discordant peoples, to maintain each of them in its own privileges within its legitimate range of action, to allow them severally the indulgence of national feelings and the stimulus of rival interests, and yet withal to blend them into one great social establishment, and to pledge them to the perpetuity of the one imperial power. This is an achievement which carries with it the unequivocal token of genius in the race which effects it. Tu regere imperio populus Romane memento. This was the special boast, as the poet considered it, of the Roman, a boast as high in its own line as that other boast, proper to the Greek nation, of literary preeminence, of exuberance of thought, and of skill and refinement in expressing it. What an empire is in political history, such is a university in the sphere of philosophy and research. It is, as I have said, the high protecting power of all knowledge and science, of fact and principle, of inquiry and discovery, of experiment and speculation. It maps out the territory of the intellect, and sees that the boundaries of each province are religiously respected, and that there is neither encroachment nor surrender on any side. It acts as umpire between truth and truth, and, taking into account the nature and importance of each, assigns to all their due order of precedence. It maintains no one department of thought exclusively, however ample and noble, and it sacrifices none. It is deferential and loyal, according to their respective weight, to the claims of literature, of physical research, of history, of metaphysics, of theological science. It is impartial towards them all, and promotes each in its own place and for its own object. It is ancillary, certainly, and of necessity, to the Catholic Church, but in the same way that one of the Queen's judges is an officer of the Queen's, and nevertheless determines certain legal proceedings between the Queen and her subjects. It is ministrative to the Catholic Church, first, because truth of any kind can but minister to truth, and next, still more, because nature ever will pay homage to grace, and reason cannot but illustrate and defend revelation, and thirdly, because the Church has a sovereign authority, and, when she speaks ex cathedra, must be obeyed. But this is the remote end of a university. Its immediate end, with which alone we have here to do, is to secure the due disposition, according to one sovereign order, and the cultivation in that order of all the provinces and methods of thought which the human intellect has created. In this point of view, its several professors are like the ministers of various political powers at one court or conference. They represent their respective sciences, and attend to the private interests of those sciences respectively, and should dispute arise between those sciences, they are the persons to talk over and arrange it, without risk of extravagant pretensions on any side, of angry collision, or of popular commotion. A liberal philosophy becomes the habit of minds thus exercised, a breadth and spaciousness of thought, in which lines seemingly parallel may converge at leisure, and principles, recognized as incommensurable, may be safely antagonistic. And here, gentlemen, we recognize the special character of the philosophy I am speaking of, if philosophy it is to be called, in contrast with the method of a strict science or system. Its teaching is not founded on one idea, or reducible to certain formulae. Newton might discover the great law of motion in the physical world, and the key to 10,000 phenomena, and a similar resolution of complex facts into simple principles may be possible in other departments of nature. But the great universe itself, moral and material, sensible and supernatural, cannot be gauged and meted by even the greatest of human intellects, and its constituent parts admit indeed of comparison and adjustment, but not of fusion. This is the point which bears directly on the subject which I set before me when I began, and towards which I am moving in all that I have said or shall be saying. I observe then, and ask you gentlemen to bear in mind, that the philosophy of an imperial intellect, for such I am considering a university to be, is based not so much on simplification as on discrimination. Its true representative defines rather than analyzes. He aims at no complete catalogue or interpretation of the subjects of knowledge, but a following out, as far as man can, what in its fullness is mysterious and unfathomable. Taking into his charge all sciences, methods, collections of facts, principles, doctrines, truths, which are the reflections of the universe upon the human intellect, he admits them all, he disregards none, and as disregarding none, he allows none to exceed or encroach. His watchword is, live and let live. He takes things as they are. He submits to them all as far as they go. He recognizes the insuperable lines of demarcation which run between subject and subject. He observes how separate truths lie relatively to each other, where they concur, where they part company, and where, being carried too far, they cease to be truths at all. It is his office to determine how much can be known in each province of thought, when we must be contented not to know, in what direction inquiry is hopeless, or on the other hand full of promise, where it gathers into coils insoluble by reason, where it is absorbed in mysteries or runs into the abyss. It will be his care to be familiar with the signs of real and apparent difficulties, with the methods proper to particular subject matters, what in each case are the limits of a rational scepticism, and what the claims of a peremptory faith. If he has one cardinal maxim in his philosophy, it is that truth cannot be contrary to truth. If he has a second, it is that truth often seems contrary to truth. And if a third, it is the practical conclusion that we must be patient with such appearances, and not be hasty to pronounce them to be really of a more formidable character. It is the very immensity of the system of things, the human record of which he has in charge, which is the reason of this patience and caution. For that immensity suggests to him that the contrarieties and mysteries which meet him in the various sciences may be simply the consequences of our necessarily defective comprehension. There is but one thought greater than that of the universe, and that is the thought of its Maker. If, gentlemen, for one instant, leaving my proper train of thought, I allude to our knowledge of the Supreme Being, it is in order to deduce from it an illustration bearing upon my subject. He, though one, is a sort of world of worlds in himself, giving birth in our minds to an infinite number of distinct truths, each ineffably more mysterious than anything that is found in this universe of space and time. Any one of his attributes, considered by itself, is the object of an inexhaustible science, and the attempt to reconcile any two or three of them together, love, power, justice, sanctity, truth, wisdom, affords matter for an everlasting controversy. We are able to apprehend and receive each divine attribute in its elementary form, but still we are not able to accept them in their infinity, either in themselves or in union with each other. Yet we do not deny the first, because it cannot be perfectly reconciled with the second, nor the second, because it is in apparent contrariety with the first and the third. The case is the same in its degree with his creation material and moral. It is the highest wisdom to accept truth of whatever kind, wherever it is clearly ascertained to be such, though there be difficulty in adjusting it with other known truth. Instances are easily producible of that extreme contrariety of ideas, one with another, which the contemplation of the universe forces upon our acceptance, making it clear to us that there is nothing irrational in submitting to undeniable incompatibilities, which we call apparent, only because, if they were not apparent but real, they could not coexist. Such, for instance, is the contemplation of space, the existence of which we cannot deny, though its idea is capable in no sort of posture of seating itself, if I may so speak, in our minds. For we find it impossible to say that it comes to a limit anywhere, and it is incomprehensible to say that it runs out infinitely, and it seems to be unmeaning if we say that it does not exist till bodies come into it, and thus is enlarged according to an accident. And so again in the instance of time. We cannot place a beginning to it without asking ourselves what was before that beginning, yet that there should be no beginning at all, put it as far back as we will, is simply incomprehensible. Here again, as in the case of space, we never dream of denying the existence of what we have no means of understanding. And passing from this high region of thought, which, high as it may be, is the subject even of a child's contemplations, when we come to consider the mutual action of soul and body, we are specially perplexed by incompatibilities which we can neither reject nor explain. How it is that the will can act on the muscles is a question of which even a child may feel the force, but which no experimentalist can answer. Further, when we contrast the physical with the social laws under which man finds himself here below, we must grant that physiology and social science are in collision. Man is both a physical and a social being, yet he cannot at once pursue to the full his physical end and his social end, his physical duties, if I may so speak, and his social duties, but is forced to sacrifice in part one or the other. If we were wild enough to fancy that there were two creators, one of whom was the author of our animal frames, the other of society, then indeed we might understand how it comes to pass that labour of mind and body, the useful arts, the duties of a statesman, government, and the like, which are required by the social system, are so destructive of health, enjoyment, and life. That is, in other words, we cannot adequately account for existing and undeniable truths except on the hypothesis of what we feel to be an absurdity. And so in mathematical science, as has often been insisted on, The philosopher has patiently to endure the presence of truths which are not the less true for being irreconcilable with each other. He is told of the existence of an infinite number of curves which are able to divide a space into which no straight line, though it be length without breadth, can even enter. He is told, too, of certain lines which approach to each other continually, with a finite distance between them, yet never meet. And these apparent contrarieties he must bear as he best can, without attempting to deny the existence of the truths which constitute them in the science in question. Now, let me call your attention, gentlemen, to what I would infer from these familiar facts. It is to urge you with an argument a fortiori, viz. That, as you exercise so much exemplary patience in the case of the inexplicable truths which surround so many departments of knowledge, human and divine, viewed in themselves, as you are not at once indignant, censorious, suspicious, difficult of belief, on finding that in the secular sciences one truth is incompatible, according to our human intellect, with another, or inconsistent with itself, so you should not think it very hard to be told that there exists, here and there, not an inextricable difficulty, not an astounding contrariety, not much less a contradiction as to clear facts, between revelation and nature, but a hitch, an obscurity, a divergence of tendency, a temporary antagonism, a difference of tone between the two. That is, between Catholic opinion on the one hand, and astronomy, or geology, or physiology, or ethnology, or political economy, or history, or antiquities, on the other. I say that, as we admit, because we are Catholics, that the divine unity contains in it attributes which, to our finite minds, appear in partial contrariety with each other, as we admit that in his revealed nature are things which, though not opposed to reason, are infinitely strange to the imagination, as in his works we can neither reject nor admit the ideas of space and of time, and the necessary properties of lines, without intellectual distress, or even torture, really, gentlemen, I am making no outrageous request when, in the name of a university, I ask religious writers, jurists, economists, physiologists, chemists, geologists, and historians to go on quietly and in a neighbourly way in their own respective lines of speculation, research, and experiment, with full faith in the consistency of that multiform truth which they share between them, in a generous confidence that they will be ultimately consistent, one and all, in their combined results, though there may be momentary collisions, awkward appearances, and many forebodings and prophecies of contrariety, and at all times things hard to the imagination, though not, I repeat, to the reason. It surely is not asking them a great deal to beg of them, since they are forced to admit mysteries in the truths of revelation taken by themselves, and in the truths of reason taken by themselves, to beg of them, I say, to keep the peace, to live in goodwill, and to exercise equanimity, if, when nature and revelation are compared with each other, there be, as I have said, discrepancies, not in the issue, but in the reasonings, the circumstances, the associations, the anticipations, the accidents proper to their respective teachings. It is most necessary to insist seriously and energetically on this point for the sake of Protestants, for they have very strange notions about us. In spite of the testimony of history the other way, they think that the Church has no other method of putting down error than the arm of force or the prohibition of inquiry. They defy us to set up and carry on a school of science. For their sake, then, I am led to enlarge upon the subject here. I say, then, he who believes in revelation with that absolute faith which is the prerogative of a Catholic is not the nervous creature who startles at every sound, and is fluttered by every strange or novel appearance which meets his eyes. He has no sort of apprehension. He laughs at the idea that anything can be discovered by any other scientific method which can contradict any one of the dogmas of his religion. He knows full well there is no science whatever, but, in the course of its extension, runs the risk of infringing, without any meaning of offence on its own part, the path of other sciences. And he knows also that, if there be any one science which, from its sovereign and unassailable position, can calmly bear such unintentional collisions on the part of the children of earth, it is theology. He is sure, and nothing shall make him doubt, that, if anything seems to be proved by astronomer, or geologist, or chronologist, or antiquarian, or ethnologist, in contradiction to the dogmas of the faith, that point will eventually turn out, first, not to be proved, or secondly, not contradictory, or thirdly, not contradictory to anything really revealed, but to something which has been confused with revelation. And if at the moment it appears to be contradictory, then he is content to wait, knowing that error is like other delinquents. Give it rope enough, and it will be found to have a strong suicidal propensity. I do not mean to say he will not take his part in encouraging, in helping forward the prospective suicide. He will not only give the error rope enough, but show it how to handle and adjust the rope. He will commit the matter to reason, reflection, sober judgment, common sense, to time, the great interpreter of so many secrets. Instead of being irritated at the momentary triumph of the foes of revelation, if such a feeling of triumph there be, and of hurrying on a forcible solution of the difficulty, which may, in the event, only reduce the inquiry to an inextricable tangle, he will recollect that, in the order of Providence, our seeming dangers are often our greatest gains, that, in the words of the Protestant poet, "The clouds you so much dread are big with mercy, and shall break in blessings on your head." To one notorious instance, indeed, it is obvious to allude here. When the Copernican system first made progress, what religious man would not have been tempted to uneasiness, at least fear of scandal, from the seeming contradiction which it involved to some authoritative tradition of the Church and the declaration of Scripture? It was generally received, as if the apostles had expressly delivered it, both orally and in writing, as a truth of revelation, that the earth was stationary, and that the sun, fixed in a solid firmament, whirled around the earth. After a little time, however, and on full consideration, it was found that the Church had decided next to nothing on questions such as these, and that physical science might range in this sphere of thought almost at will, without fear of encountering the decisions of ecclesiastical authority. Now, besides the relief which it afforded to Catholics to find that they were to be spared this addition on the side of cosmology to their many controversies already existing, there is something of an argument in this very circumstance in behalf of the divinity of their religion. For surely it is a very remarkable fact, considering how widely and how long one certain interpretation of these physical statements in Scripture had been received by Catholics, that the Church should not have formally acknowledged it. Looking at the matter in a human point of view, it was inevitable that she should have made that opinion her own. But now we find, on ascertaining where we stand, in the face of the new sciences of these latter times, that in spite of the bountiful comments which from the first she has ever been making on the sacred text, as it is her duty and her right to do, nevertheless she has never been led formally to explain the texts in question, or to give them an authoritative sense which modern science may question. Nor was this escape a mere accident, but rather the result of a providential superintendence, as would appear from a passage of history in the Dark Age itself. When the glorious St. Boniface, Apostle of Germany, great in sanctity, though not in secular knowledge, complained to the Holy See that St. Virgilius taught the existence of the Antipodes, the Holy See was guided what to do. It did not indeed side with the Irish philosopher, which would have been going out of its place, but it passed over, in a matter not revealed, a philosophical opinion. Time went on. A new state of things, intellectual and social, came in. The Church was girt with temporal power. The preachers of St. Dominic were in the ascendant. Now at length we may ask with curious interest, did the Church alter her ancient rule of action and prescribe intellectual activity? Just the contrary. This is the very age of universities. It is the classical period of the schoolmen. It is the splendid and palmary instance of the wise policy and large liberality of the Church as regards philosophical inquiry. If there ever was a time when the intellect went wild and had a licentious revel, it was at the date I speak of. When was there ever a more curious, more meddling, bolder, keener, more penetrating, more rationalistic exercise of the reason than at that time? What class of questions did that subtle metaphysical spirit not scrutinize? What premise was allowed without examination? What principle was not traced to its first origin and exhibited in its most naked shape? What whole was not analyzed? What complex idea was not elaborately traced out, and as it were finely painted for the contemplation of the mind, till it was spread out in all its minutest portions as perfectly and delicately as a frog's foot shows under the intense scrutiny of the microscope? Well, I repeat, here was something which came somewhat nearer to theology than physical research comes. Aristotle was a somewhat more serious foe then, beyond all mistake, than Bacon has been since. Did the Church take a high hand with philosophy then? No, not though that philosophy was metaphysical. It was a time when she had temporal power, and could have exterminated the spirit of inquiry with fire and sword. But she determined to put it down by argument. She said, "Two can play at that, and my argument is the better." She sent her controversialists into the philosophical arena. It was the Dominican and Franciscan doctors, the greatest of them being St. Thomas, who in those medieval universities fought the battle of revelation with the weapons of heathenism. It was no matter whose the weapon was. Truth was truth all the world over. With the jawbone of an ass, with the skeleton philosophy of pagan Greece, did the Samson of the schools put to flight his 1,000 Philistines. Here, gentlemen, observe the contrast exhibited between the Church herself, who has the gift of wisdom, and even the ablest or wisest or holiest of her children. As St. Boniface had been jealous of physical speculations, so had the early fathers shown an extreme aversion to the great heathen philosopher whom I just now named, Aristotle. I do not know who of them could endure him. And when there arose those in the Middle Age who would take his part, especially since their intentions were of a suspicious character, a strenuous effort was made to banish him out of Christendom. The Church, the while, had kept silence. She had as little denounced heathen philosophy in the mass as she had pronounced upon the meaning of certain texts of Scripture of a cosmological character. From Tertullian and Caius to the 2 Gregories of Cappadocia, from them to Anastasia Sinita, from him to the school of Paris, Aristotle was a word of offence. At length, St. Thomas made him a hewer of wood and a drawer of water to the Church. A strong slave he is, and the Church herself has given her sanction to the use in theology of the ideas and terms of his philosophy. Now, while this free discussion is, to say the least, so safe for religion, or rather so expedient, it is on the other hand simply necessary for progress in science, and I shall now go on to insist on this side of the subject. I say then that it is a matter of primary importance in the cultivation of those sciences in which truth is discoverable by the human intellect, that the investigator should be free, independent, unshackled in his movements, that he should be allowed and enabled without impediment to fix his mind intently, nay exclusively, on his special object, without the risk of being distracted every other minute in the process and progress of his inquiry by charges of temerariousness, or by warnings against extravagance or scandal. But in thus speaking, I must premise several explanations, lest I be misunderstood. First then, gentlemen, as to the fundamental principles of religion and morals, and again as to the fundamental principles of Christianity, or what are called the dogmas of faith, as to this double creed, natural and revealed, we none of us should say that it is any shackle at all upon the intellect to maintain these inviolate. Indeed, a Catholic cannot put off his thought of them, and they as little impede the movements of his intellect as the law of physics impede his bodily movements. The habitual apprehension of them has become a second nature with him, as the laws of optics, hydrostatics, dynamics are latent conditions which he takes for granted in the use of his corporeal organs. I am not supposing any collision with dogma. I am but speaking of opinions of divines, or of the multitude, parallel to those in former times of the sun going round the earth, or of the last day being close at hand, or of St. Dionysius the Areopagite being the author of the works which bear his name. Nor, secondly, even as regards such opinions, am I supposing any direct intrusion into the province of religion of a teacher of science actually laying down the law in a matter of religion, but of such unintentional collisions as are incidental to a discussion pursued on some subject of his own. It would be a great mistake in such a one to propose his philosophical or historical conclusions as the formal interpretation of the sacred text, as Galileo is said to have done, instead of being content to hold his doctrine of the motion of the earth as a scientific conclusion, and leaving it to those whom it really concerned to compare it with Scripture. And it must be confessed, gentlemen, not a few instances occur of this mistake at the present day, on the part not indeed of men of science, but of religious men, who, from a nervous impatience lest Scripture should for one moment seem inconsistent with the results of some speculation of the hour, are ever proposing geological or ethnological comments upon it, which they have to alter or obliterate before the ink is well dry, from changes in the progressive science, which they have so officiously brought to its aid. And thirdly, I observe that, when I advocate the independence of philosophical thought, I am not speaking of any formal teaching at all, but of investigations, speculations, and discussions. I am far indeed from allowing in any matter which even borders on religion what an eminent Protestant divine has advocated on the most sacred subjects, I mean the liberty of prophesying. I have no wish to degrade the professors of science, who ought to be prophets of the truth, into mere advertisers of crude fancies or notorious absurdities. I am not pleading that they should at random shower down upon their hearers ingenuities and novelties, or that they should teach even what has a basis of truth in it, in a brilliant, off-hand way, to a collection of youths who may not perhaps hear them for 6 consecutive lectures, and who will carry away with them into the country a misty idea of the half-created theories of some ambitious intellect. Once more, as the last sentence suggests, there must be great care taken to avoid scandal, or shocking the popular mind, or unsettling the weak, the association between truth and error being so strong in particular minds that it is impossible to weed them of the error without rooting up the wheat with it. If then there is the chance of any current religious opinion being in any way compromised in the course of a scientific investigation, this would be a reason for conducting it not in light ephemeral publications which come into the hands of the careless or ignorant, but in works of a grave and business-like character, answering to the medieval schools of philosophical disputation, which, removed as they were from the region of popular thought and feeling, have, by their vigorous restlessness of inquiry, in spite of their extravagances, done so much for theological precision. I am not, then, supposing the scientific investigator, 1, to be coming into collision with dogma, nor 2, venturing by means of his investigations upon any interpretation of Scripture, or upon any other conclusion in the matter of religion, nor 3, of his teaching, even in his own science, religious paradoxes, when he should be investigating and proposing, nor 4, of his recklessly scandalizing the weak. But these explanations being made, I still say that a scientific speculator or inquirer is not bound, in conducting his researches, to be every moment adjusting his course by the maxims of the schools, or by popular traditions, or by those of any other science distinct from his own, or to be ever narrowly watching what those external sciences have to say to him, or to be determined to be edifying, or to be ever answering heretics and unbelievers. Being confident, from the impulse of a generous faith, that, however his line of investigation may swerve now and then, and vary to and fro in its course, or threaten momentary collision or embarrassment with any other department of knowledge, theological or not, yet, if he lets it alone, it will be sure to come home, because truth never can really be contrary to truth, and because often what at first sight is an exceptio may in the event most emphatically probat regulam. This is a point of serious importance to him. Unless he is at liberty to investigate on the basis and according to the peculiarities of his science, he cannot investigate at all. It is the very law of the human mind in its inquiry after and acquisition of truth to make its advances by a process which consists of many stages and is circuitous. There are no short cuts to knowledge, nor does the road to it always lie in the direction in which it terminates. nor are we able to see the end on starting. It may often seem to be diverging from a goal into which it will soon run without effort, if we are but patient and resolute in following it out. And as we are told in ethics to gain the mean merely by receding from both extremes, so in scientific researches, error may be said, without a paradox, to be in some instances the way to truth, and the only way. Moreover, it is not often the fortune of any one man to live through an investigation. The process is one not only of many stages, but of many minds. What one begins, another finishes, and a true conclusion is at length worked out by the cooperation of independent schools and the perseverance of successive generations. This being the case, we are obliged, under circumstances, to bear for a while with what we feel to be error in consideration of the truth in which it is eventually to issue. The analogy of locomotion is most pertinent here. No one can go straight up a mountain. No sailing vessel makes for its port without tacking. And so, applying the illustration, we can indeed, if we will, refuse to allow of investigation or research altogether. But if we invite reason to take its place in our schools, we must let reason have fair and full play. If we reason, we must submit to the conditions of reason. We cannot use it by halves. We must use it as proceeding from him who has also given us revelation, and to be ever interrupting its processes and diverting its attention by objections brought from a higher knowledge is parallel to a landsman's dismay at the changes in course of a vessel on which he has deliberately embarked, and argues surely some distrust either in the powers of reason on the one hand, or the certainty of revealed truth on the other. The passenger should not have embarked at all if he did not reckon on the chance of a rough sea, of currents, of wind and tide, of rocks and shoals. And we should act more wisely in discountenancing altogether the exercise of reason than in being alarmed and impatient under the suspense, delay, and anxiety which, from the nature of the case, may be found to attach to it. Let us eschew secular history and science and philosophy for good and all, if we are not allowed to be sure that revelation is so true that the altercations and perplexities of human opinion cannot really or eventually injure its authority. That is no intellectual triumph of any truth of religion which has not been preceded by a full statement of what can be said against it. It is but the ego vapulando illo verberando of the comedy. Great minds need elbow room, not indeed in the domain of faith, but of thought. And so indeed do lesser minds, and all minds. There are many persons in the world who are called, and with a great deal of truth, geniuses. They had been gifted by nature with some particular faculty or capacity, and while vehemently excited and imperiously ruled by it, they are blind to everything else. They are enthusiasts in their own line, and are simply dead to the beauty of any line except their own. Accordingly, they think their own line the only line in the whole world worth pursuing, and they feel a sort of contempt for such studies as move upon any other line. Now these men may be, and often are, very good Catholics, and have not a dream of anything but affection and deference towards Catholicity, nay, perhaps are zealous in its interests. Yet if you insist that in their speculations, researches, or conclusions in their particular science, it is not enough that they should submit to the Church generally and acknowledge its dogmas, but that they must get up all that divines have said or the multitude believed upon religious matters, you simply crush and stamp out the flame within them, and they can do nothing at all. This is the case of men of genius. Now one word on the contrary in behalf of masterminds gifted with a broad philosophical view of things, and a creative power and a versatility capable of accommodating itself to various provinces of thought. These persons, perhaps, like those I have already spoken of, take up some idea and are intent upon it, some deep, prolific, eventful idea which grows upon them, till they develop it into a great system. Now, if any such thinker starts from radically unsound principles, or aims at directly false conclusions, if he be a Hobbes, or a Shaftesbury, or a Hume, or a Bentham, then of course there is an end to the whole matter. He is an opponent of revealed truth, and he means to be so. Nothing more need be said. But perhaps it is not so. Perhaps his errors are those which are inseparable accidents of his system or of his mind, and are spontaneously evolved, not pertinaciously defended. Every human system, every human writer is open to just criticism. Make him shut up his portfolio. Good. And then perhaps you lose what, on the whole, and in spite of incidental mistakes, would have been one of the ablest defences of revealed truth, directly or indirectly, according to his subject, ever given to the world. This is how I should account for a circumstance which has sometimes caused surprise, that so many great Catholic thinkers have in some points or other incurred the criticism or animadversion of theologians or of ecclesiastical authority. It must be so in the nature of things. There is indeed an animadversion which implies a condemnation of the author, but there is another which means not much more than the pie legendum written against passages in the Fathers. The author may not be to blame, yet the ecclesiastical authority would be to blame if it did not give notice of his imperfections. I do not know what Catholic would not hold the name of Malebranche in veneration. Cardinal Jerdel speaks of his métaphysique as brillant à la vérité, mais non moins solide, and that la liaison qui enchaîne toutes les parties du système philosophique du père Malebranche pourra servir d'apologie à la noble assurance avec laquelle il propose ses sentiments. But he may have accidentally come into collision with theologians, or made temerarious assertions notwithstanding. The practical question is, whether he had not much better have written as he has written, than not have written at all. And so fully is the Holy See accustomed to enter into this view of the matter, that it has allowed of its application not only to philosophical, but even to theological and ecclesiastical authors who do not come within the range of these remarks. I believe I am right in saying that in the case of three great names in various departments of learning, Cardinal Norris, Bossuet, and Muratori, while not concealing its sense of their having propounded each what might have been said better, nevertheless it has considered that their services to religion were on the whole far too important to allow of their being molested by critical observation in detail. And now, gentlemen, I bring these remarks to a conclusion. What I would urge upon everyone, whatever may be his particular line of research, what I would urge upon men of science in their thoughts of theology, what I would recommend to theologians when their attention is drawn to the subject of scientific investigations, is a great and firm belief in the sovereignty of truth. Error may flourish for a time, but truth will prevail in the end. The only effect of error, ultimately, is to promote truth. Theories, speculations, hypotheses are started. Perhaps they are to die. Still, not before they've suggested ideas better than themselves. These better ideas are taken up in turn by other men, and if they do not yet lead to truth, nevertheless they lead to what is still nearer to truth than themselves, and thus knowledge on the whole makes progress. The errors of some minds in scientific investigation are more fruitful than the truths of others. A science seems making no progress, but to abound in failures, yet imperceptibly all the time it is advancing, and it is of course a gain to truth even to have learned what is not true, if nothing more. On the other hand, it must be of course remembered, gentlemen, that I am supposing all along good faith, honest intentions, a loyal Catholic spirit, and a deep sense of responsibility. I am supposing in the scientific inquirer a due fear of giving scandal, of seeming to countenance views which he does not really countenance, and of siding with parties from whom he heartily differs. I am supposing that he is fully alive to the existence and the power of the infidelity of the age, that he keeps in mind the moral weakness and the intellectual confusion of the majority of men, and that he has no wish at all that any one soul should get harm from certain speculations today, though he may have the satisfaction of being sure that those speculations will, as far as they are erroneous or misunderstood, be corrected in the course of the next half-century. End of University Subjects Lecture 8. Recording by Andrew Nash, Abingdon, Oxfordshire, England. University Subjects Lecture 9 of The Idea of a University by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 9, Discipline of Mind, an address to the evening classes. When I found that it was in my power to be present here at the commencement of the new session, one of the first thoughts, gentlemen, which thereupon occurred to me was this, that I should in consequence have the great satisfaction of meeting you, of whom I had thought and heard so much, and the opportunity of addressing you as rector of the university. I can truly say that I thought of you before you thought of the university, perhaps I may say long before, for it was previously to our commencing that great work which is now so fully before the public, it was when I first came over here to make preparations for it, that I had to encounter the serious objection of wise and good men who said to me, there is no class of persons in Ireland who need a university, and again, whom will you get to belong to it? Who will fill its lecture rooms? This was said to me, and then, without denying their knowledge of the state of Ireland or their sagacity, I made answer, we will give lectures in the evening. We will fill our classes with the young men of Dublin. And some persons here may recollect that the very first thing I did when we opened the School of Philosophy and Letters, this time 4 years ago, was to institute a system of evening lectures, which were suspended after a while only because the singularly inclement season which ensued, and the want of publicity and interest incident to a new undertaking, made them premature. And it is a satisfaction to me to reflect that the statute, under which you will be able to pass examinations and take degrees, is one to which I specially obtained the consent of the Academical Senate nearly 2 years ago, in addition to our original regulations, and that you will be the first persons to avail yourselves of it. Having thus prepared, as it were, the university for you, it was with great pleasure that I received from a number of you gentlemen last year a spontaneous request, which showed that my original anticipations were not visionary. You suggested then what we have since acted upon not so quickly as both you might hope and we might wish, because all important commencements have to be maturely considered, still acted on at length, according to those anticipations of mine to which I have referred. And while I recur to them as an introduction to what I have to say, I might also dwell upon them as a sure presage that other and broader anticipations, too bold as they may seem now, will, if we are but patient, have their fulfilment in due season. For I should not be honest, gentlemen, if I did not confess that, much as I desire that this university should be of service to the young men of Dublin, I do not desire this benefit to you simply for your own sakes. For your own sakes, certainly I wish it, but not on your account only. Man is not born for himself alone, as the classical moralist tells us. You are born for Ireland, and in your advancement Ireland is advanced. In your advancement in what is good and what is true, in knowledge, in learning, in cultivation of mind, in enlightened attachment to your religion, in good name and respectability and social influence, I am contemplating the honour and renown, the literary and scientific aggrandisement, the increase of political power of the island of the saints. I go further still. If I do homage to the many virtues and gifts of the Irish people, and am zealous for their full development, it is not simply for the sake of themselves, but because the name of Ireland ever has been, and I believe ever will be, associated with the Catholic faith, and because, in doing any service, however poor it may be, to Ireland, a man is ministering in his own place and measure to the cause of the Holy Roman Apostolic Church. Gentlemen, I should consider it an impertinence in me thus to be speaking to you of myself, were it not that, in recounting to you the feelings with which I have witnessed the establishment of these evening classes, I am in fact addressing to you at the same time words of encouragement and advice, such words as it becomes a rector to use in speaking to those who are submitted to his care. I say then that, had I been younger than I was when the high office which I at present hold was first offered to me, had I not had prior duties upon me of affection and devotion to the oratory of St. Philip and to my own dear country, no position whatever, in the whole range of administrations which are open to the ambition of those who wish to serve God in their generation and to do some great work before they die, would have had more attractions for me than that of being at the head of a university like this. When I became a Catholic, one of my first questions was, why have not our Catholics a university? And Ireland, and the metropolis of Ireland, was obviously the proper seat of such an institution. Ireland is the proper seat of a Catholic university on account of its ancient hereditary Catholicity, and again of the future which is in store for it. It is impossible, gentlemen, to doubt that a future is in store for Ireland, for more reasons than can here be enumerated. First, there is the circumstance, so highly suggestive, even if there was nothing else to be said, viz., that the Irish have been so miserably ill-treated and misused hitherto. For in the times now opening upon us, nationalities are waking into life, and the remotest people can make themselves heard into all the quarters of the earth. The lately invented methods of travel and of intelligence have destroyed geographical obstacles, and the wrongs of the oppressed, in spite of oceans or of mountains, are brought under the public opinion of Europe, not before kings and governments alone, but before the tribunal of the European populations, who are becoming ever more powerful in the determination of political questions. And thus retribution is demanded and exacted for past crimes in proportion to their heinousness and their duration. And in the next place, it is plain that, according as intercommunion grows between Europe and America, it is Ireland that must grow with it in social and political importance. For Ireland is the high road by which that intercourse is carried on, and the traffic between hemispheres must be to her a source of material as well as social benefit, as of old time, though on the minute geographical scale of Greece, Corinth, as being the thoroughfare of commerce by sea and land, became and was called the rich. And then again we must consider the material resources of Ireland, so insufficiently explored, so poorly developed, of which it belongs to them rather to speak who by profession and attainment are masters of the subject. That this momentous future, thus foreshadowed, will be as glorious for Catholicity as for Ireland, we cannot doubt from the experience of the past. But, as Providence works by means of human agencies, that natural anticipation has no tendency to diminish the anxiety and earnestness of all zealous Catholics to do their part in securing its fulfilment, and the wise and diligent cultivation of the intellect is one principal means, under the divine blessing, of the desired result. Gentlemen, the seat of this intellectual progress must necessarily be the great towns of Ireland, and those great towns have a remarkable and happy characteristic as contrasted with the cities of Catholic Europe. Abroad, even in Catholic countries, if there be in any part of their territory scepticism and insubordination in religion, cities are the seat of the mischief. Even Rome itself has its insubordinate population and its concealed freethinkers. Even Belgium, that nobly Catholic country, cannot boast of the religious loyalty of its great towns. Such a calamity is unknown to the Catholicism of Dublin, Cork, Belfast, and the other cities of Ireland. For, to say nothing of higher and more religious causes of the difference, the very presence of a rival religion is a perpetual incentive to faith and devotion in men who, from the circumstances of the case, would be in danger of becoming worse than lax Catholics, unless they resolved on being zealous ones. Here, then, is one remarkable ground of promise in the future of Ireland, that large and important class, members of which I am now addressing, that the middle class in its cities, which will be the depositaries of its increasing political power, and which elsewhere are opposed in their hearts to the Catholicism which they profess, are here so sound in faith, and so exemplary in devotional exercises and in works of piety. And next I would observe that, while thus distinguished for religious earnestness, the Catholic population is in no respect degenerate from the ancient fame of Ireland as regards its intellectual endowments. It too often happens that the religiously disposed are in the same degree intellectually deficient. But the Irish ever have been, as their worst enemies must grant, not only a Catholic people, but a people of great natural abilities, keen-witted, original, and subtle. This has been the characteristic of the nation from the very early times, and was especially prominent in the Middle Ages. As Rome was the centre of authority, so I may say Ireland was the native home of speculation. In this respect, they were as remarkably contrasted to the English as they are now, though in those days England was as devoted to the Holy See as it is now hostile. The Englishman was hard-working, plodding, bold, determined, persevering, practical, obedient to law and precedent, and, if he cultivated his mind, he was literary and classical rather than scientific, for literature involves in it the idea of authority and prescription. On the other hand, in Ireland the intellect seems rather to have taken the line of science, and we have various instances to show how fully this was recognized in those times, and with what success it was carried out. Philosopher is in those times almost the name for an Irish monk. Both in Paris and Oxford, the two great schools of medieval thought, we find the boldest and most subtle of their disputants an Irishman, the monk John Scotus Erigena at Paris, and Duns Scotus, the Franciscan friar, at Oxford. Now it is my belief, gentlemen, that this character of mind remains in you still. I think I rightly recognize in the Irishman now, as formerly, the curious, inquisitive observer, the acute reasoner, the subtle speculator. I recognize in you talents which are fearfully mischievous when used on the side of error, but which, when wielded by Catholic devotion, such as I am sure will ever be the characteristic of the Irish disputant, are of the highest importance to Catholic interests, and especially at this day, when a subtle logic is used against the Church, and demands a logic still more subtle on the part of her defenders to expose it. Gentlemen, I do not expect those who, like you, are employed in your secular callings, who are not monks or friars, not priests, not theologians, not philosophers, to come forward as champions of the faith. But I think that incalculable benefit may ensue to the Catholic cause, greater almost than that which even singularly gifted theologians or controversialists could effect, if a body of men in your station of life shall be found in the great towns of Ireland, not disputatious, contentious, loquacious, presumptuous. Of course, I am not advocating inquiry for mere argument's sake, but gravely and solidly educated in Catholic knowledge, intelligent, acute, versed in their religion, sensitive of its beauty and majesty, alive to the arguments in its behalf, and aware both of its difficulties and of the mode of treating them. And the first step in attaining this desirable end is that you should submit yourselves to a curriculum of studies, such as that which brings you with such praiseworthy diligence within these halls evening after evening. And though you may not be giving attention to them with this view, but from the laudable love of knowledge, or for the advantages which will accrue to you personally from its pursuit, yet my own reason for rejoicing in the establishment of your classes is the same as that which led me to take part in the establishment of the university itself, viz., the wish, by increasing the intellectual force of Ireland, to strengthen the defences, in a day of great danger, of the Christian religion. Gentlemen, within the last 30 years there has been, as you know, a great movement in behalf of the extension of knowledge among those classes in society whom you represent. This movement has issued in the establishment of what have been called mechanics institutes through the United Kingdom, and a new species of literature has been brought into existence, with a view, among its objects, of furnishing the members of these institutions with interesting and instructive reading. I never will deny to that literature its due praise. It has been the production of men of the highest ability and the most distinguished station, who have not grudged, moreover, the trouble and, I may say in a certain sense, the condescension of presenting themselves before the classes for whose intellectual advancement they were showing so laudable a zeal, who have not grudged, in the cause of literature, history, or science, to make a display, in the lecture-room or the public hall, of that eloquence which was, strictly speaking, the property, as I may call it, of Parliament, or of the august tribunals of the law. Nor will I deny to the speaking and writing to which I am referring the merit of success, as well as that of talent and good intention, so far as this, that it has provided a fund of innocent amusement and information for the leisure hours of those who might otherwise have been exposed to the temptation of corrupt reading or bad company. So much may be granted, and must be granted in candour. But when I go on to ask myself the question, what permanent advantage the mind gets by such desultory reading and hearing as this literary movement encourages, then I find myself altogether in a new field of thought, and am obliged to return an answer less favourable than I could wish to those who are the advocates of it. We must carefully distinguish, gentlemen, between the mere diversion of the mind and its real education. Supposing, for instance, I am tempted to go into some society which will do me harm, and supposing instead I fall asleep in my chair, and so let the time pass by. In that case, certainly I escape the danger, but it is as if by accident, and my going to sleep has not had any real effect upon me, or made me more able to resist the temptation on some future occasion. I wake, and I am what I was before. The opportune sleep has but removed the temptation for this once. It has not made me better, for I have not been shielded from temptation by any act of my own, but I was passive under an accident, for such I may call sleep. And so in like manner, if I hear a lecture indolently and passively, I cannot indeed be elsewhere while I am hearing it, but it produces no positive effect on my mind. It does not tend to create any power in my breast capable of resisting temptation by its own vigour, should temptation come a second time. Now, this is no fault, gentlemen, of the books or the lectures of the Mechanics' Institute. They could not do more than they do, from their very nature. They do their part, but their part is not enough. A man may hear 1,000 lectures, and read 1,000 volumes, and be at the end of the process very much where he was as regards knowledge. Something more than merely admitting it in a negative way into the mind is necessary, if it is to remain there. It must not be passively received, but actually and actively entered into, embraced, mastered. The mind must go halfway to meet what comes to it from without. This, then, is the point in which the institutions I am speaking of fail. Here, on the contrary, is the advantage of such lectures as you are attending, gentlemen, in our university. You have come not merely to be taught, but to learn. You have come to exert your minds. You have come to make what you hear your own, by putting out your hand, as it were, to grasp it and appropriate it. You do not come merely to hear a lecture or to read a book, but you come for that catechetical instruction which consists in a sort of conversation between your lecturer and you. He tells you a thing, and he asks you to repeat it after him. He questions you, he examines you. He will not let you go till he has proof, not only that you have heard, but that you know. Gentlemen, I am induced to quote here some remarks of my own, which I put into print on occasion of those evening lectures already referred to, with which we introduced the first terms of the university. The attendance upon them was not large, and in consequence we discontinued them for a time, but I attempted to explain in print what the object of them had been, and while what I said then is pertinent to the subject I am now pursuing, it will be an evidence too, in addition to my opening remarks, of the hold which the idea of these evening lectures has had upon me. I will venture to give you my thoughts, I then said, writing to a friend, on the object of the evening public lectures lately delivered in the University House, which I think has been misunderstood. I can bear witness not only to their remarkable merit as lectures, but also to the fact that they were very satisfactorily attended. Many, however, attach a vague or unreasonable idea to the word satisfactory, and maintain that no lectures can be called satisfactory which do not make a great deal of noise in the place, and they are disappointed otherwise. This is what I mean by misconceiving their object, for such an expectation and consequent regret arise from confusing the ordinary with the extraordinary object of a lecture, upon which point we ought to have clear and definite ideas. The ordinary object of lectures is to teach, but there is an object, sometimes demanding attention and not incongruous, which nevertheless cannot be said properly to belong to them, or to be more than occasional. As there are kinds of eloquence which do not aim at anything beyond their own exhibition, and are content with being eloquent, and with the sensation which eloquence creates, so in schools and universities there are seasons, festive or solemn, anyway extraordinary, when academical acts are not directed towards their proper ends, so much as intended to amuse, to astonish, and to attract, and thus to have an effect upon public opinion. Such are the exhibition days of colleges, such the annual commemoration of benefactors at one of the English universities, when doctors put on their gayest gowns and public orators make Latin speeches. Such, too, are the terminal lectures, at which divines of the greatest reputation for intellect and learning have before now poured forth sentences of burning eloquence into the ears of an audience brought together for the very sake of the display. The object of all such lectures and orations is to excite or to keep up an interest and reverence in the public mind for the institutions from which the exhibition proceeds. I might have added, such are the lectures delivered by celebrated persons in the mechanics institutes. I continue. Such we have suitably had in the new university. Such were the inaugural lectures. Displays of strength and skill of this kind, in order to succeed, should attract attention, and if they do not attract attention, they have failed. They do not invite an audience, but an attendance, and perhaps it is hardly too much to say that they are intended for seeing rather than for hearing. Such celebrations, however, from the nature of the case, must be rare. It is the novelty which brings, it is the excitement which recompenses the assemblage. The academical body which attempts to make such extraordinary acts the normal condition of its proceedings is putting itself and its professors in a false position. It is then a simple misconception to suppose that those to whom the government of our university is confided have aimed at an object which could not be contemplated at all without a confusion or inadvertence, such as no considerate person will impute to them. Public lectures delivered with such an object could not be successful, and in consequence our late lectures have, I cannot doubt, for it could not be otherwise, ended unsatisfactorily in the judgment of any zealous person who has assumed for them an office with which their projectors never invested them. What their object really was, the very meaning of academical institutions suggests to us. It is, as I said when I began, to teach. Lectures are, properly speaking, not exhibitions or exercises of art, but matters of business. They profess to impart something definite to those who attend them, and those who attend them profess on their part to receive what the lecturer has to offer. It is a case of contract. I will speak if you will listen. I will come here to learn if you have anything worth teaching me. In an oratorical display, all the effort is on one side. In a lecture, it is shared between two parties who cooperate towards a common end. There should ever be something on the face of the arrangements to act as a memento that those who come to gain something, and not from mere curiosity. And in matters of fact, such were the persons who did attend in the course of last term, and such as those and no others will attend. Those came who wished to gain information on a subject new to them, from informants whom they held in consideration, and regarded as authorities. It was impossible to survey the audience which occupied the lecture room without seeing that they came on what may be called business. And this is why I said, when I began, that the attendance was satisfactory. That attendance is satisfactory, not which is numerous, but which is steady and persevering. But it is plain that to a mere bystander, who came merely from general interest or goodwill to see how things were going on, and who did not catch the object of advertising the lectures, it would not occur to look into the faces of the audience. He would think it enough to be counting their heads. He would do little more than observe whether the staircase and landing were full of loungers, and whether there was such a noise and bustle that it was impossible to hear a word, and if he could get in and out of the room without an effort, if he could sit at his ease and actually hear the lecturer, he would think he had sufficient grounds for considering the attendance unsatisfactory. The stimulating system may easily be overdone, and does not answer in the long run. A blaze among the stubble, and then all is dark. I have seen in my time various instances of the way in which lectures really gain upon the public, and I must express my opinion that, even were it the sole object of our great undertaking to make a general impression upon public opinion, instead of that of doing definite good to definite persons, I should reject that method, which the university indeed itself has not taken, but which young and ardent minds may have thought the more promising. Even did I wish merely to get the intellect of all Dublin into our rooms, I should not dream of doing it all at once, but at length. I should not rely on sudden, startling efforts, but on the slow, silent, penetrating, overpowering effects of patience, steadiness, routine, and perseverance. I have known individuals set themselves down in a neighbourhood where they had no advantages, and in a place where they had no pretensions, and upon a work which had little or nothing of authoritative sanction, and they have gone on steadily lecturing week after week, with little encouragement, but much resolution. For months they were ill-attended and overlooked in the bustle of the world around them. But there was a secret, gradual movement going on, and a specific force of attraction, and a drifting and accumulation of hearers, which at length made itself felt, and could not be mistaken. In this stage of things, a friend said in conversation to me, when at the moment I knew nothing of the parties, "By the by, if you are interested in such and such a subject, go by all means and hear such a one. So-and-so does, and says there is no one like him. I looked in myself the other night, and was very much struck. Do go, you can't mistake. He lectures every Tuesday night, or Wednesday, or Thursday, as it might be." An influence thus gradually acquired endures. Sudden popularity dies away as suddenly. As regards ourselves, the time is past now, gentlemen, for such modesty of expectation and such caution in encouragement as these last sentences exhibit. The few but diligent attendants upon the professor's lectures with whom we began have grown into the diligent and zealous many, and the speedy fulfilment of anticipations which then seemed to be hazardous surely is a call on us to cherish bolder hopes and to form more extended plans for the years which are to follow. You will ask me, perhaps, after these general remarks, to suggest to you the particular intellectual benefit which I conceive students have a right to require of us, and which we engage, by means of our evening classes, to provide for them. And in order to do this, you must allow me to make use of an illustration which I have heretofore employed, and which I repeat here because it is the best I can find to convey what I wish to impress upon you. It is an illustration which includes in its application all of us, teachers as well as taught, though it applies, of course, to some more than to others, and to those especially who come for instruction. I consider, then, that the position of our minds, as far as they are uncultivated, towards intellectual objects, I mean of our minds before they have been disciplined and formed by the action of our reason upon them, is analogous to that of a blind man towards the objects of vision at the moment when eyes are for the first time given to him by the skill of the operator. Then the multitude of things which present themselves to the sight under a multiplicity of shapes and hues pour in upon him from the external world all at once, and are at first nothing else but lines and colours, without mutual connection, dependence, or contrast, without order or principle, without drift or meaning, and like the wrong side of a piece of tapestry or carpet. By degrees, by the sense of touch, by reaching out the hands, by walking into this maze of colours, by turning round in it, by accepting the principle of perspective, by the various slow teaching of experience, the first information of the sight is corrected, and what was an unintelligible wilderness becomes a landscape or a scene, and is understood to consist of space, and of bodies variously located in space, with such consequences as thence necessarily follow. The knowledge is at length gained of things or objects and of their relation to each other, and it is a kind of knowledge, as is plain, which is forced upon us all from infancy, as to the blind on their first seeing, by the testimony of our other senses, and by the very necessity of supporting life, so that even the brute animals have been gifted with the faculty of acquiring it. Such is the case as regards material objects, and it is much the same as regards intellectual. I mean that there is a vast host of matters of all kinds which address themselves not to the eye but to our mental sense, viz., all those matters of thought which in the course of life and the intercourse of society are brought before us, which we hear of in conversation, which we read of in books, matters political, social, ecclesiastical, literary, domestic, persons and their doings or their writings, events and works and undertakings and laws and institutions. These make up a much more subtle and intricate world than that visible universe of which I was just now speaking. It is much more difficult in this world than in the material to separate things off from each other, and to find out how they stand related to each other, and to learn how to class them and where to locate them respectively. Still, it is not less true that, as the various figures and forms in a landscape have each its own place, and stand in this or that direction towards each other, so all the various objects which address the intellect have severally a substance of their own, and have fixed relations, each of them with everything else, relations which our minds have no power of creating, but which we are obliged to ascertain before we have a right to boast that we really know anything about them. Yet when the mind looks out for the first time into this manifold spiritual world, it is just as much confused and dazzled and distracted as are the eyes of the blind when they first begin to see, and it is by a long process, and with much effort and anxiety, that we begin hardly and partially to apprehend its various contents and to put each in its proper place. We grow up from boyhood, our minds open. We go into the world. We hear what men say or read what they put in print, and thus a profusion of matters of all kinds is discharged upon us. Some sort of an idea we have of most of them from hearing what others say, but it is a very vague idea, probably a mistaken idea. Young people, especially because they are young, colour the assemblage of persons and things which they encounter with the freshness and grace of their own springtide, look for all good from the reflection of their own hopefulness, and worship what they have created. Men of ambition, again, look upon the world as a theatre for fame and glory, and make it that magnificent scene of high enterprise and august recompense which Pindar or Cicero has delineated. Poets, too, after their wont, put their ideal interpretation upon all things, material as well as moral, and substitute the noble for the true. Here are various obvious instances, suggestive of the discipline which is imperative if the mind is to grasp things as they are, and to discriminate substances from shadows. For I am not concerned merely with youth, ambition, or poetry, but with our mental condition generally. It is the fault of all of us, till we have duly practised our minds, to be unreal in our sentiments, and crude in our judgments, and to be carried off by fancies instead of being at the trouble of acquiring sound knowledge. In consequence, when we hear opinions put forth on any new subject, we have no principle to guide us in balancing them. We do not know what to make of them. We turn them to and fro, and over and back again, as if to pronounce upon them if we could, but with no means of pronouncing. It is the same when we attempt to speak upon them. We make some random venture, or we take up the opinion of someone else, which strikes our fancy, or perhaps, with the vaguest enunciation possible of any opinion at all, we are satisfied with ourselves if we are merely able to throw off some rounded sentences, to make some pointed remarks on some other subject, or to introduce some figure of speech, or flowers of rhetoric, which, instead of being the vehicle, are the mere substitute of meaning. We wish to take a part in politics, and then nothing is open to us but to follow some person or some party, and to learn the commonplaces and the watchwords which belong to it. We hear about landed interests and mercantile interests, and trade and higher and lower classes, and their rights, duties and prerogatives, and we attempt to transmit what we have received, and soon our minds become loaded and perplexed by the encumbrance of ideas which we have not mastered and cannot use. We have some vague idea, for instance, that constitutional government and slavery are inconsistent with each other, that there is a connection between private judgment and democracy, between Christianity and civilization. We attempt to find arguments in proof, and our arguments are the most plain demonstration that we simply do not understand the things themselves of which we are professedly treating. Reflect, gentlemen, how many disputes you must have listened to which were interminable because neither party understood either his opponent or himself. Consider the fortunes of an argument in a debating society, and the need there so frequently is not simply of some clear thinker to disentangle the perplexities of thought, but of capacity in the combatants to do justice to the clearest explanations which are set before them. So much so that the luminous arbitration only gives rise perhaps to more hopeless altercation. Is a constitutional government better for a population than an absolute rule? What a number of points have to be clearly apprehended before we are in a position to say one word on such a question. What is meant by constitution? by constitutional government, by better, by a population, and by absolutism. The ideas represented by these various words ought, I do not say to be as perfectly defined and located in the minds of the speakers as objects of sight in a landscape, but to be sufficiently, even though incompletely, apprehended before they have a right to speak. How is it that democracy can admit of slavery, as in ancient Greece? How can Catholicism flourish in a republic? Now, a person who knows his ignorance will say, these questions are beyond me, and he tries to gain a clear notion and a firm hold of them, and if he speaks, it is as investigating, not as deciding. On the other hand, let him never have tried to throw things together, or to discriminate between them, or to denote their peculiarities. In that case he has no hesitation in undertaking any subject, and perhaps has most to say upon those questions which are most new to him. This is why so many men are one-sided, narrow-minded, prejudiced, crotchety. This is why able men have to change their minds and their line of action in middle age, and to begin life again, because they have followed their party, instead of having secured that faculty of true perception as regards intellectual objects which have accrued to them without their knowing how, as regards the objects of sight. But this defect will never be corrected. On the contrary, it will be aggravated by those popular institutions to which I have referred just now. The displays of eloquence, or the interesting matter contained in their lectures, the variety of useful or entertaining knowledge contained in their libraries, though admirable in themselves, and advantageous to the student at a later stage of his course, can never serve as a substitute for methodical and laborious teaching. A young man of sharp and active intellect, who has had no other training, has little to show for it besides a litter of ideas heaped up into his mind anyhow. He can utter a number of truths or sophisms, as the case may be, and one is as good to him as another. He is up with a number of doctrines and a number of facts, but they are all loose and straggling, for he has no principles set up in his mind round which to aggregate and locate them. He can say a word or two on half a dozen sciences, but not a dozen words on any one. He says one thing now and another thing presently, and when he attempts to write down distinctly what he holds upon a point in dispute, or what he understands by its terms, he breaks down and is surprised at his failure. He sees objections more clearly than truths, and can ask 1,000 questions which the wisest of men cannot answer, and withal he has a very good opinion of himself, and is well satisfied with his attainments, and he declares against others, as opposed to the spread of knowledge altogether, who do not happen to adopt his ways of furthering it, or the opinions in which he considers it to result. This is that barren mockery of knowledge which comes of attending on great lecturers, or of mere acquaintance with reviews, magazines, newspapers, and other literature of the day, which, however able and valuable in itself, is not the instrument of intellectual education. If this is all the training a man has, the chance is that, when a few years have passed over his head and he has talked to the full, he wearies of talking and of the subjects on which he talked. He gives up the pursuit of knowledge and forgets what he knew, whatever it was. And taking things at their best, his mind is in no very different condition from what it was when he first began to improve it, as he hoped, though perhaps he never thought of more than of amusing himself. I say at the best, for perhaps he will suffer from exhaustion and a distaste of the subjects which once pleased him, or perhaps he has suffered some real intellectual mischief. Perhaps he has contracted some serious disorder. He has admitted some taint of scepticism, which he will never get rid of. And here we see what is meant by the poet's maxim, a little learning is a dangerous thing. Not that knowledge, little or much, if it be real knowledge, is dangerous, but that many a man considers a mere hazy view of many things to be real knowledge, whereas it does but mislead, just as a short-sighted man sees only so far as to be led by his uncertain sight over the precipice. Such, then, being true cultivation of mind, and such the literary institutions which do not tend to it, I might proceed to show you, gentlemen, did time admit, how, on the other hand, that kind of instruction of which our evening classes are a specimen is especially suited to effect what they propose. Consider, for instance, what a discipline in accuracy of thought it is to have to construe a foreign language into your own. What a still severer and more improving exercise it is to translate from your own into a foreign language. Consider again what a lesson in memory and discrimination it is to get up, as it is called, any one chapter of history. Consider what a trial of acuteness, caution, and exactness it is to master, and still more to prove, a number of definitions. Again, what an exercise in logic is classification. What an exercise in logical precision it is to understand and enunciate the proof of any of the more difficult propositions of Euclid, or to master any one of the great arguments for Christianity so thoroughly as to bear examination upon it. Or again, to analyze sufficiently, yet in as few words as possible, a speech, or to draw up a critique upon a poem. And so of any other science, chemistry, or comparative anatomy, or natural history. It does not matter what it is, if it be really studied and mastered as far as it is taken up. The result is a formation of mind, that is, a habit of order and system, a habit of referring every accession of knowledge to what we already know, and of adjusting the one with the other. And moreover, as such a habit implies, the actual acceptance and use of certain principles as centres of thought around which our knowledge grows and is located. Where this critical faculty exists, history is no longer a mere storybook, or biography a romance. Orators and publications of the day are no longer infallible authorities. Eloquent diction is no longer a substitute for matter, nor bold statements or lively descriptions a substitute for proof. This is that faculty of perception in intellectual matters which, as I have said so often, is analogous to the capacity we all have of mastering the multitude of lines and colours which pour in upon our eyes, and of deciding what every one of them is worth. But I should be transgressing the limits assigned to an address of this nature were I to proceed. I have not said anything, gentlemen, on the religious duties which become the members of a Catholic university, because we are directly concerned here with your studies only. It is my consolation to know that so many of you belong to a society or association which the zeal of some excellent priests, one especially, has been so instrumental in establishing in your great towns. You do not come to us to have the foundation laid in your breasts of that knowledge which is the highest of all. It has been laid already. You have begun your mental training with faith and devotion, and then you come to us to add the education of the intellect to the education of the heart. Go on as you have begun, and you will be one of the proudest achievements of our great undertaking. We shall be able to point to you in proof that zeal for knowledge may thrive even under the pressure of secular callings, that mother wit does not necessarily make a man idle, nor inquisitiveness of mind irreverent, that shrewdness and cleverness are not incompatible with firm faith in the mysteries of revelation, that attainment in literature and science need not make men conceited, nor above their station, nor restless, nor self-willed. We shall be able to point to you in proof of the power of Catholicism to make out of the staple of great towns exemplary and enlightened Christians, of those classes which, external to Ireland, are the problem and perplexity of patriotic statesmen, and the natural opponents of the teachers of every kind of religion. As to myself, I wish I could, by actual service and hard work of my own, respond to your zeal, as so many of my dear and excellent friends, the professors of the university, have done and do. They have a merit, they have a claim on you, gentlemen, in which I have no part. If I admire the energy and bravery with which you have undertaken the work of self-improvement, be sure I do not forget their public spirit and noble free devotion to the university any more than you do. I know I should not satisfy you with any praise of this supplement of our academical arrangements, which did not include those who give to it its life. It is a very pleasing and encouraging sight to see both parties, the teachers and the taught, co-operating with a pure esprit de corps thus voluntarily, they as fully as you can do, for a great object. And I offer up my earnest prayers to the Author of all good, that he will ever bestow on you all, on professors and on students, as I feel sure he will bestow, rulers and superiors who, by their zeal and diligence in their own place, shall prove themselves worthy both of your cause and of yourselves. End of University Subjects Lecture 9. Recording by Andrew Nash, Abingdon, Oxfordshire, England. University Subjects Lecture 10 of The Idea of a University by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 10, Christianity and Medical Science, an address to the students of medicine. I have had so few opportunities, gentlemen, of addressing you, and our present meeting is of so interesting and pleasing a character, by reason of the object which occasions it, that I am encouraged to speak freely to you, though I do not know you personally, on a subject which, as you may conceive, is often before my own mind. I mean the exact relation in which your noble profession stands towards the Catholic University itself, and towards Catholicism generally. Considering my own most responsible office as rector, my vocation as an ecclesiastic, and then again my years, which increase my present claim, and diminish my future chances of speaking to you, I need make no apology, I am sure, for a step which will be recommended to you by my good intentions, even though it deserves no consideration on the score of the reflections and suggestions themselves which I shall bring before you. If indeed this university, and its faculty of medicine inclusively, were set up for the promotion of any merely secular object, in the spirit of religious rivalry, as a measure of party politics, or as a commercial speculation, then indeed I should be out of place, not only in addressing you in the tone of advice, but in being here at all. For what reason could I, in that case, have had for having now given some of the most valuable years of my life to this university, for having placed it foremost in my thoughts and anxieties, I had well nigh said, to the prejudice of prior, dearer, and more sacred ties, except that I felt that the highest and most special religious interests were bound up in its establishment and in its success. Suffer me then, gentlemen, if with these views and feelings I conform my observations to the sacred building in which we find ourselves, and if I speak to you for a few minutes as if I were rather addressing you authoritatively from the pulpit than in the rector's chair. Now I am going to set before you, in as few words as I can, what I conceive to be the principal duty of the medical profession towards religion, and some of the difficulties which are found in the observance of that duty. And in speaking on the subject, I am conscious how little qualified I am to handle it in such a way as will come home to your minds, from that want of acquaintance with you personally to which I have alluded, and from my necessary ignorance of the influences of whatever kind which actually surround you, and the points of detail which are likely to be your religious embarrassments. I can but lay down principles and maxims which you must apply for yourselves, and which in some respects or cases you may feel have no true application at all. All professions have their dangers, all general truths have their fallacies, all spheres of action have their limits, and are liable to improper extension or alteration. Every professional man has rightly a zeal for his profession, and he would not do his duty towards it without that zeal. And that zeal soon becomes exclusive, or rather necessarily involves a sort of exclusiveness. A zealous professional man soon comes to think that his profession is all in all, and that the world would not go on without it. We have heard, for instance, a great deal lately, in regard to the war in India, of political views suggesting one plan of campaign, and military views suggesting another. How hard it must be for the military man to forego his own strategical dispositions, not on the ground that they are not the best, not that they are not acknowledged by those who nevertheless put them aside to be the best for the object of military success, but because military success is not the highest of objects and the end of ends, because it is not the sovereign science, but must ever be subordinate to political considerations or maxims of government, which is a higher science with higher objects, and that therefore his sure success on the field must be relinquished because the interests of the council and the cabinet require the sacrifice, that the war must yield to the statesman's craft, the commander-in-chief to the governor-general. Yet what the soldier feels is natural, and what the statesman does is just. This collision, this desire on the part of every profession to be supreme, this necessary though reluctant subordination of the one to the other, is a process ever going on, ever acted out before our eyes. The civilian is in rivalry with the soldier with the civilian. The diplomatist, the lawyer, the political economist, the merchant, each wishes to usurp the powers of the state and to mould society upon the principles of his own pursuit. Nor do they confine themselves to the mere province of secular matters. They intrude into the province of religion. In England, in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, lawyers got hold of religion and never have let it go. Abroad, bureaucracy keeps hold of religion with a more or less firm grasp. The circles of literature and science have in like manner before now made religion a mere province of their universal empire. I remark, moreover, that these various usurpations are frequently made in perfectly good faith. There is no intention of encroachment on the part of the encroachers. The commander recommends what, with all his heart and soul, he thinks best for his country when he presses on government a certain plan of campaign. The political economist has the most honest intentions of improving the Christian system of social duty by his reforms. The statesman may have the best and most loyal dispositions towards the Holy See. At the time, he is urging changes in ecclesiastical discipline which would be seriously detrimental to the Church. And now I will say how this applies to the medical profession, and what is its special danger viewed in relation to Catholicity. Its province is the physical nature of man, and its object is the preservation of that physical nature in its proper state, and its restoration when it has lost it. It limits itself by its very profession to the health of the body. It ascertains the conditions of that health. It analyzes the causes of its interruption or failure. It seeks about for the means of cure. But after all, bodily health is not the only end of man, and the medical science is not the highest science of which he is the subject. Man has a moral and a religious nature as well as a physical. He has a mind and a soul, and the mind and soul have a legitimate sovereignty over the body, and the sciences relating to them have in consequence the precedence of those sciences which relate to the body. And as the soldier must yield to the statesman when they come into collision with each other, so must the medical man to the priest. Not that the medical man may not be enunciating what is absolutely certain in a medical point of view, as the commander may be perfectly right in what he enunciates strategically, but that his action is suspended in the given case by the interests and duty of a superior science, and he retires not confuted but superseded. Now this general principle thus stated, all will admit. Who will deny that health must give way to duty? So far there is no perplexity. Supposing a fever to break out in a certain place, and the medical practitioner said to a sister of charity who was visiting the sick there, "You will die to a certainty if you remain there," and her ecclesiastical superiors, on the contrary, said, "You have devoted your life to such services, and there you must stay," and supposing she stayed and was taken off, the medical adviser would be right, but who would say that the religious sister was wrong? She did not doubt his word, but she denied the importance of that word compared with the word of her religious superiors. The medical man was right, yet he could not gain his point. He was right in what he said what was true, yet he had to give way. Here we are approaching what I conceive to be the especial temptation and danger to which the medical profession is exposed. It is a certain sophism of the intellect founded on this maxim, implied but not spoken or even recognized: what is true is lawful. Not so. Observe, here is the fallacy. What is true in one science is dictated to us indeed according to that science, but not according to another science or in another department. What is certain in the military art has force in the military art, but not in statesmanship. And if statesmanship be a higher department of action than war, and enjoins the contrary, it has no claim on our reception and obedience at all. And so what is true in medical science might in all cases be carried out, were man a mere animal or brute without a soul. But since he is a rational, responsible being, a thing may be ever so true in medicine, yet may be unlawful in fact, in consequence of the higher law of morals and religion having come to some different conclusion. Now I must be allowed some few words to express, or rather to suggest, more fully what I mean. The whole universe comes from the good God. It is his creation. It is good. It is all good, as being the work of the good, though good only in its degree and not after his infinite perfection. The physical nature of man is good, nor can there be anything sinful in itself in acting according to that nature. Every natural appetite or function is lawful, speaking abstractedly. No natural feeling or act is in itself sinful. There can be no doubt of all this, and there can be no doubt that science can determine what is natural, what tends to the preservation of a healthy state of nature, and what, on the contrary, is injurious to nature. Thus the medical student has a vast field of knowledge spread out before him, true because knowledge, and innocent because true. So much in the abstract. But when we come to fact, it may easily happen that what is in itself innocent may not be innocent to this or that person in this or that mode or degree. Again, it may easily happen that the impressions made on a man's mind by his own science may be indefinitely more vivid and operative than the enunciations of truth belonging to some other branch of knowledge, which indeed strike his ear, but do not come home to him, are not fixed in his memory, are not imprinted on his imagination. And in the profession before us, a medical student may realize far more powerfully and habitually that certain acts are advisable in themselves, according to the law of physical nature, than the fact that they are forbidden according to the law of some higher science, as theology, or again, that they are accidentally wrong, as being, though lawful in themselves, wrong in this or that individual, or under the circumstances of the case. Now to recur to the instance I have already given. It is supposable that the sister of charity, who for the sake of her soul would not obey the law of self-preservation as regards her body, might cause her medical adviser great irritation and disgust. His own particular profession might have so engrossed his mind, and the truth of its maxims have so penetrated it, that he could not understand or admit any other or higher system. He might, in process of time, have become simply dead to all religious truths, because such truths were not present to him, and those of his own science were ever present. And observe, his fault would be not that of taking error for truth, for what he relied on was truth, but in not understanding that there were other truths, and those higher than his own. Take another case, in which there will often, in particular circumstances, be considerable differences of opinion among really religious men, but which does not cease on that account to illustrate the point I am insisting on. A patient is dying. The priest wishes to be introduced, lest he should die without due preparation. The medical man says that the thought of religion will disturb his mind and imperil his recovery. Now, in the particular case, the one party or the other may be right in urging his own view of what ought to be done. I am merely directing attention to the principle involved in it. Here are the representatives of two great sciences, religion and medicine. Each says what is true in his own science. Each will think he has a right to insist on seeing that the truth which he himself is maintaining is carried out in action. Whereas one of the two sciences is above the other, and the end of religion is indefinitely higher than the end of medicine. And however the decision ought to go in the particular case, as to introducing the subject of religion or not, I think the priest ought to have that decision. just as a governor-general, not a commander-in-chief, would have the ultimate decision were politics and strategics to come into collision. You will easily understand, gentlemen, that I dare not pursue my subject into those details which are of the greater importance for the very reason that they cannot be spoken of. A medical philosopher who has so simply fixed his intellect on his own science as to have forgotten the existence of any other, will view man, who is the subject of his contemplation, as a being who has little more to do than to be born, to grow, to eat, to drink, to walk, to reproduce his kind, and to die. He sees him born as other animals are born. He sees life leave him, with all those phenomena of annihilation which accompany the death of a brute. He compares his structure, his organs, his functions, with those of other animals, and his own range of science leads to the discovery of no facts which are sufficient to convince him that there is any difference in kind between the human animal and them. His practice, then, is according to his facts and his theory. Such a person will think himself free to give advice and to insist upon rules which are quite insufferable to any religious mind, and simply antagonistic to faith and morals. It is not, I repeat, that he says what is untrue, supposing that man were an animal and nothing else, but he thinks that whatever is true in his own science is at once lawful in practice, as if there were not a number of rival sciences in the great circle of philosophy, as if there were not a number of conflicting views and objects in human nature to be taken into account and reconciled, or as if it were his duty to forget all but his own, whereas there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I have known in England the most detestable advice given to young persons by eminent physicians in consequence of this contracted view of man and his destinies. God forbid that I should measure the professional habits of Catholics by the rules of practice of those who were not. But it is plain that what is actually carried out where religion is not known exists as a temptation and a danger in the science of medicine itself, where religion is known ever so well. And now, having suggested, as far as I dare, what I consider the consequences of that radical sophism to which the medical profession is exposed, let me go on to say in what way it is corrected by the action of Catholicism upon it. You will observe then, gentlemen, that those higher sciences of which I have spoken, morals and religion, are not represented to the intelligence of the world by intimations and notices strong and obvious, such as those which are the foundation of physical science. The physical nature lies before us, patent to the sight, ready to the touch, appealing to the senses, in so unequivocal a way that the science which is founded upon it is as real to us as the fact of our personal existence. But the phenomena which are the basis of morals and religion have nothing of this luminous evidence. Instead of being obtruded upon our notice so that we cannot possibly overlook them, they are the dictates either of conscience or of faith. They are faint shadows and tracings, certain indeed, but delicate, fragile, and almost evanescent, which the mind recognizes at one time, not at another, discerns when it is calm, loses when it is in agitation. The reflection of sky and mountains in the lake is a proof that sky and mountains are around it, but the twilight or the mist or the sudden storm hurries away the beautiful image, which leaves behind it no memorial of what it was. Something like this are the moral law and the informations of faith as they present themselves to individual minds. Who can deny the existence of conscience? Who does not feel the force of its injunctions? But how dim is the illumination in which it is invested, and how feeble its influence, compared with that evidence of sight and touch which is the foundation of physical science. How easily can we be talked out of our clearest views of duty? How does this or that moral precept crumble into nothing when we rudely handle it? How does the fear of sin pass off from us as quickly as the glow of modesty dies away from the countenance? And then we say, it is all superstition. However, After a time we look round, and then to our surprise we see, as before, the same law of duty, the same moral precepts, the same protests against sin appearing over against us in their old places, as if they never had been brushed away, like the divine handwriting upon the wall at the banquet. Then perhaps we approach them rudely and inspect them irreverently and accost them sceptically, and away they go again, like so many spectres, shining in their cold beauty, but not presenting themselves bodily to us for our inspection, so to say, of their hands and their feet. And thus these awful, supernatural, bright, majestic, delicate apparitions, much as we may in our hearts acknowledge their sovereignty, are no match as a foundation of science for the hard, palpable, material facts which make up the province of physics. Recurring to my original illustration, it is as if the India commander-in-chief, instead of being under the control of a local seat of government at Calcutta, were governed simply from London or from the moon. In that case, he would be under a strong temptation to neglect the home government, which nevertheless in theory he acknowledged. Such, I say, is the natural condition of mankind. We depend upon a seat of government which is in another world. We are directed and governed by intimations from above. We need a local government on earth. That great institution, then, the Catholic Church, has been set up by divine mercy as a present visible antagonist, and the only possible antagonist, to sight and sense. Conscience, reason, good feelings, the instincts of our moral nature, the traditions of faith, the conclusions and deductions of philosophical religion, are no match at all for the stubborn facts, for they are facts, though there are other facts beside them, for the facts which are the foundation of physical, and in particular of medical science. Gentlemen, if you feel, as you must feel, the whisper of a law of moral truth within you, and the impulse to believe, be sure there is nothing whatever on earth which can be the sufficient champion of these sovereign authorities of your soul, which can vindicate and preserve them to you and make you loyal to them, but the Catholic Church. You fear they will go. You see with dismay that they are going, under the continual impression created on your mind by the details of the material science to which you have devoted your lives. It is so, I do not deny it. Except under rare and happy circumstances, go they will, unless you have Catholicism to back you up in keeping faithful to them. The world is a rough antagonist of spiritual truth, sometimes with mailed hand, sometimes with pertinacious logic, sometimes with a storm of irresistible facts. It presses on against you. What it says is true perhaps as far as it goes, but it is not the whole truth, or the most important truth. These more important truths, which the natural heart admits in their substance, though it cannot maintain, the being of a God, the certainty of future retribution, the claims of the moral law, the reality of sin, the hope of supernatural help, of these the Church is, in matter of fact, the undaunted and the only defender. Even those who do not look on her as divine must grant as much as this. I do not ask you for more here than to contemplate and recognize her as a fact, as other things are facts. She has been 1800 years in the world, and all that time she has been doing battle in the boldest, most obstinate way in the cause of the human race, in maintenance of the undeniable but comparatively obscure truths of religion. She is always alive, always on the alert, when any enemy whatever attacks them. She has brought them through 1,000 perils, sometimes preaching, sometimes pleading, sometimes arguing, sometimes exposing her ministers to death, and sometimes, though rarely, inflicting blows herself, by peremptory deeds, by patient concessions. She has fought on and fulfilled her trust. No wonder so many speak against her, for she deserves it. She has earned the hatred and obloquy of her opponents by her success in opposing them. Those even who speak against her in this day own that she was of use in a former day. The historians in fashion with us just now, much as they may disown her in their own country, where she is an actual, present, unpleasant, inconvenient monitor, acknowledge that in the Middle Ages, which are gone, in her were lodged, by her were saved, the fortunes and the hopes of the human race. The very characteristics of her discipline, the very maxims of her policy, which they reprobate now, they perceive to have been of service then. They understand and candidly avow that once she was the patron of the arts, the home and sanctuary of letters, the basis of law, the principle of order and government, and the saviour of Christianity itself. They judge clearly enough in the case of others, though they are slow to see the fact in their own age and country. And while they do not like to be regulated by her, and kept in order by her themselves, they are very well satisfied that the populations of those former centuries should have been so ruled and tamed and taught by her resolute and wise teaching. And be sure of this, that as the generation now alive admits these benefits to have arisen from her presence in a state of society now gone by, so in turn, when the interests and passions of this day are passed away, will future generations ascribe to her a like special beneficial action upon this 19th century in which we live. For she is ever the same, ever young and vigorous, and ever overcoming new errors with the old weapons. And now I have explained, gentlemen, why it has been so highly expedient and desirable in a country like this to bring the faculty of medicine under the shadow of the Catholic Church. I say, in a country like this, for if there be any country which deserves that science should not run wild like a planet broken loose from its celestial system, it is a country which can boast of such hereditary faith, of such a persevering confessorship, of such an accumulation of good works, of such a glorious name as Ireland. Far be it from this country, far be it from the counsels of divine mercy, that it should grow in knowledge and not grow in religion. And Catholicism is the strength of religion, as science and system are the strength of knowledge. Aspirations such as these are met, gentlemen, I am well aware, by a responsive feeling in your own hearts. But by my putting them into words, thoughts which already exist within you are brought into livelier exercise, and sentiments which exist in many breasts hold into communion with each other. Gentlemen, it will be your high office to be the links in your generation between religion and science. Return thanks to the author of all good that he has chosen you for this work. Trust the Church of God implicitly, even when your natural judgment would take a different course from hers, and would induce you to question her prudence or her correctness. Recollect what a hard task she has, how she is sure to be criticized and spoken against, whatever she does. Recollect how much she needs your loyal and tender devotion. Recollect, too, how long is the experience gained in 1800 years, and what a right she has to claim your assent to principles which have had so extended and so triumphant a trial. Thank her that she has kept the faith safe for so many generations, and do your part in helping her to transmit it to generations after you. For me, if it has been given me to have any share in so great a work, I shall rejoice with a joy not such indeed as I should feel were I myself a native of this generous land, but with a joy of my own not the less pure, because I have exerted myself for that which concerns others more nearly than myself. I have had no other motive, as far as I know myself, than to attempt, according to my strength, some service to the cause of religion, and to be the servant of those to whom as a nation the whole of Christendom is so deeply indebted. And though this university and the faculty of medicine which belongs to it are as yet only in the commencement of their long career of usefulness, yet while I live, and, I trust, after life, it will ever be a theme of thankfulness for my heart and my lips that I have been allowed to do even a little, and to witness so much, of the arduous, pleasant, and hopeful toil which has attended on their establishment. End of University Subjects Lecture 10. End of The Idea of a University by John Henry Newman. Recording by Andrew Nash, Abingdon, Oxfordshire, England.